Hey, good morning. Good morning from the Philippines. Welcome to the show. It's been raining on and off all night. Raining this morning. Still getting rain here from this southwest monsoon. They call it the habagat. I always pronounce that not exactly properly. But the monsoon rains are still here. And man, we're ready for some sunshine. So I want to welcome you to today's live stream where we're going to talk about the weather here in the Philippines. We'll talk about what's going on in the hood. Without further ado, let me just make sure all my technical equipment is up and running properly. Let's see. Good morning, Bobby Martin. How are you? Coral C. Checking in from Jacksonville. Roy, how you doing? Donald and Robert checking in from Bataan, and Matt checking in from Virginia. Y'all let me know how the audio is doing. You'll see there the Pagasa, I call it like a local windy app right there. It's panahan.gov.ph. Just a great tool here for looking at the weather. And as you can see, every day, now look, I'm not a weatherman. I'm not a professional meteorologist. Don't let the uniform fool you. But this sort of looks the same and has looked the same, like it just always looks the same. And this is this rain coming from the southwest monsoon, the habagat. This typhoon up here is impacting China. But this soup right here is just what stays and lingers over our heads every day. And it's basically turning my frog pond. My frog pond is turning into Frog Lake back there. I don't know if you can see the detail, but we went from like the top right hand corner of your screen to being the frog pond. And now it's sort of turning into Frog Lake. If this keeps up, man, oh man. But there you go. You see right now, current conditions here on the beautiful Subic Bay. A little bit of breeze going on, sprinkling of rain. But what's happened all night is it'll rain cats and dogs for 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, then it stops. Be a little bit of lightning, so it hasn't been a sustained rain all night long, but we're not out of the woods yet. The kids are off from school today again. Today's Monday. They were out all last week, the entire week, which was a good call, and today is a good call. So I'm going to show you some local photos here in a second of the flooding. Not too far from our crib up here in Subic Town. I'll tell you what, I'll put that on the screen and then I'll check your comments. But there you go right there. I was going to send the crew up to the Walmart, and then the Big Pumpkin said, well, the fire department just posted these pictures right up there from the Walmart. So if you want to go grocery shopping, looks like you got to take a boat. And that might be a little exaggerating. There's a low-lying area right there. But that's the pictures that recently have just been put out by fire rescue. I told them, hey, if the rain lets up, hopefully that water should go down. Not a big deal. But, there's a lot of low-lying areas. That's what you face, knee-deep water, what have you. And as I sit here and talk, looks like we're getting a little bit more rain coming down. But again, it'll rain cats and dogs for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then it lets up. Now I'm hearing a little bit of thunder. But there you go. There's the current weather conditions right here on the beautiful Subic Bay. Got some rain picking up. And I don't know if that was... I think that picture from the fire department was taken this morning. It hasn't been posted very long. I'm not sure exactly when they took it, but I think it's from this morning. There's a look out the front Just again, a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind going on here. And we'll just look at some of the photographs courtesy of the fire department. Okay, over to your comments, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. Let's see, Ronald, how you doing? Plant Works 100, checking in from Escalante City. Randall, thank you very much. Yeah, we're safe here. We're safe here where we're at. Just rain, a little bit of wind. We are just hunkered down here at the house. I haven't left the house in weeks, and I was going to get on the motorbike and go out and just take a ride and do some filming. Big Pumpkin said, that's not safe, nor is it wise. I said, you know what, you're absolutely right. Not that I would be trying to break any speed records on the bike, but this, which way am I pointing here? Yeah, right there. That water you see up there, obviously if you're riding a motorbike, at some point you got to put your feet down into that water. And I'll cover leptospirosis here in a second. It's actually one of the top news stories warning folks, and I did a video on that before. So anyhow, let's just look at a couple of the photos. This is courtesy of Fire Rescue coming off the old FB. And again, that's right there. I think that was early this morning when they took that right there in front of I'm not sure where that one was taken, but any low-lying areas obviously are going to flood. Usually once it stops raining, the water subsides pretty quickly. But there you go. That's where we'll go shopping. So Fire Rescue helping some ladies get across the road right there, so they don't have to wade through the water. Just keep scrolling through these photos, and again, picking up folks in the truck, getting them where they need to go. It might be a little strange in America, but here, you got a dump truck or even a flatbed truck or anything like that. But a dump truck makes a good people hauler, especially in flooding situations. You got a big dump truck, load everybody up. Let's go. This ain't Kansas. Let's see, that's down there at Sawmill, what they call Sawmill, right there over the mighty Mata-In River going into Barrio Barreto. And just some more images of the flooding around these parts. There's a road advisory right there. Okay, so let me let you look at the frog pond, which is turning into Frog Lake, while I pull up the videos. I'm not logged into this FB, so it sort of messes me up every now and then. Let me get the videos pulled up. You got a couple video clips here. Okay, so got my old man glasses on now. So this is as of 5:40 a.m. according to Fire Rescue. We'll just click that little video clip there. Them driving around the roads on National Highway. So as you can see, some flooding going on. Pretty much just the low-lying areas. Looks like it's just knee-deep water, forcing you to have to walk through that mess to leave your house and go wherever you need to go. So anyhow, it's just some footage there courtesy of the fire department driving around. And I'm going to talk about leptospirosis and why, if at all possible, don't be walking around in this mess. Again, I've done a video about it. There's a news article about it. And that's another reason why I didn't jump on the bike. The adventurous soul in me says go jump on the bike, get some footage. I can ride around 5 miles an hour. I'm not worried about crashing, but you've got to put your foot down in this mess, and then you run the risk of catching leptospirosis. Let's see, Papa Smurf, how are you? Checking in from NYC. Rusty, good morning. Let's see, brownouts. We haven't had a brownout. I better knock on wood because I'm doing a live stream. We haven't had a brownout a couple days ago, not too long. So all of our brownouts during this inclement weather have been very short in duration. Not a big deal. Unless you're doing a live stream. I got one of my streams knocked out because of the brownout. But electricity, internet, been pretty solid. Not an issue. Go back to some of your comments and then we'll go forward. Let's see, Mickey, how you doing? Paulie, checking in from Foley, Alabama. Anton, how are you? Checking in from India. Heath checking in from Southeast Tennessee, reporting thunder and rain daily. Okay, so I'm not sure why that video clip. I'm not logged into this FB. Okay, there's just another clip right there. Fire department rolling through, making sure everybody's okay. See, Bruce says, get your wife a dryer. Man, me and my wallet and my electric bill just can't get on board that program. My gosh, I'm almost at $50 a month right now. If I add a washing machine, gonna put me to 60. A dryer would put me at $1 million a month here with the cost of electricity. 345 Adventures, how are you? James, hope you're doing well. Let's see, Donald checking in from Ohio, and John checking in from New Zealand, and Mr. Tim in Hua Hin. Kirby out in Oklahoma. See, R. Bryce says dry in New York. Okay, so, and then friends checking in from Toronto. And Tom, thank you very much. And we got Maximus checking in from Chicago. So again, you're just watching some footage courtesy of the fire department, them driving around this morning. The rain has subsided, so hopefully some or most of this flooding's already went down. But I don't know, because it'll come a hard rain, it'll let up, and if you take a look at my frog pond back there, the frog pond is turned into Frog Lake. Look at that beautiful butterfly. Perfect timing. What a wonderful day when a butterfly flies through your footage. Yeah, and the flooding that you're seeing, you can see it's pretty much just knee deep around here. If your house is on that level, which a lot of folks here in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, it is. We had neighbors before. Put my cool breeze on, block the light here. Our house was up on an elevation. This place we stayed at down in Barreto. We had no issues, but the street would flood. The neighbors on the other side of the street, theirs was parallel to the road, and they got flooded out. Every time there's a flood, you got to wait till the water goes down, mop that stuff out, the mud and the gunk. And my heart goes out to folks who live in those situations, but our situation, I'm very careful about where we move. I'm always looking at the flooding possibility because I just don't want to deal with that. So we are good to go up on high ground. Yeah, Maximus, according to the photos and everything, looks like it's just that area right there in front of the 7-Eleven and the Walmart. But again, just a lot of those low-lying areas. And then here we go. Here's according to as of 5:40 a.m. So they were up rolling around in the middle of the night, keeping everybody safe. And that's where these clips come from. Okay, let's see. This is at Santo Tomas. If I can get this thing to pull up here, let me get it to play. Looks like right in front of Santa Monica subdivision. Right there at Sawmill and the mighty Mata Inn River. So, you know, traffic's still flowing. People are still getting by. But, you know, what's the real threat is if you get out and you walk through it, you're exposing yourself to all the bacteria and everything floating around in that water. And the main one is leptospirosis. Let's see, Redneck and Peni, how you doing? Sprinkle Me checking in from California. Mickey checking in from Destin. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm hoping that the rain lets up soon. So on that note, let's just go ahead and go to the forecast. Okay, again, that's our map. This is that typhoon that's up there. Ain't got nothing to do with us. Okay, our issue is this southwest monsoon called the Habagat, or the Habagat. I always say it wrong. But, you know, if you've looked at the streams that I've done over the past week or so, this looks the same. It just sits there and keeps dumping rain on our heads. Okay, we go to Pagasa and go to the tropical cyclone bulletin. That's what you'll get. If there's no active cyclone activity, typhoon activity within their area of responsibility, that's what it says. So I just refresh the screen and we're not dealing with that. Then you come over here and we'll refresh the weather advisory. This is pertaining to rainfall. All right, weather advisory number 34. And they'll separate these, you know, so if you have a typhoon, you have one chart, and then the second chart is because of this southwest monsoon event. All right, so what I do is just go over here and look for Zambales. Boom, that's where I'm at. So I'm at 100 to 200 on the prediction for today. And all of these areas here are on the chart, but half the rainfall that we're expecting. You got Metro Manila on the list. Cavite, got a lot of flooding down there too. But here, all I can do is tell you, hey, I'm sitting in Zambales, so I'm at 100 to 200 on the list. And tomorrow, we're predicted to be on the list, and then Wednesday we get dropped down to the lower level. So they're pretty much right on this little chart. It's just a 3-day chart. And how do I look at it and interpret it as an old single dad? Well, the kids ain't going to school today. They probably ain't going to go to school tomorrow. And then Wednesday will probably be 50-50 whether or not they go to school. The only people getting more rain than us, according to this chart, is Benguet up there up in the mountains, where there's been severe flooding and landslides. So landslides take out roads up there. So there you go. That's our 3-day forecast. And then let's go over and just check the news. It's coming from the Philippine News Agency. So session has been canceled. Implements work from home. I had to think about it for a second there. Due to the heavy rains, the Habagat to bring heavy rains across Luzon and the western Visayas. So, and you come down here, the death toll from the storms hits 8, with about 500,000 folks affected by it. Okay, so let me click on this and let me just talk about why you shouldn't walk around in these floodwaters. I mean, look, it's common sense and Captain Obvious. Don't walk around in floodwater anywhere for various reasons. But here, what I've learned through experience, and this article reinforces it. Palace urges vigilance versus leptospirosis and orders the Department of Health to be proactive. So anytime there's a flooding event here, there is a rash of cases of leptospirosis. And what it's caused from, what happens is it's, like rats and animals who are infected with leptospirosis pissing everywhere. Well, once the rains wash the piss into the floodwaters, now you're walking through that. So that's where it comes from. So let's just go over this. The palace has urged Filipinos exposed to floodwaters to seek medical consultation as the government steps up measures against leptospirosis. And what they do in the past, I've read these articles, they open up gymnasiums or schools or what have you, just specifically to treat leptospirosis cases because it overwhelms the hospitals. So I'm not here giving medical advice, but I can read. I'm not a doctor. Don't let the uniform fool you. But I can read like anybody else. It's Captain Obvious. But the main thing, the main threat is this leptospirosis. Consultation and doxycycline are available for free at the health centers, but the antibiotic is not recommended for pregnant women and children under 12. Okay, so there you go. I did a video if you want to know all the specifics and details about leptospirosis. It's here on my channel under the tropical medicine playlist. Okay, but again, I was going to go out and do some filming, be adventurous. I said, you know what, fool? The older we get, the easier it is to get sick, the harder it is to recover. I said, I'm not going out in that mess. All right, there's plenty of footage here that I can share from the fire department with you. And the gist of it is, if you don't have to go out and walk around in floodwaters, don't do it. All right? You don't got to be up to your knees to catch this. If you're walking around and it's that deep, you got a cut on your foot, there you go. All right, now you're munching on doxycycline. Okay. All right, I'll go back over to your comments and slow it down. Shout out to my buddy. Says, man, you go too fast on those live streams. You got to slow it down, and I never do. Let me take a sip of coffee, and I'll check your comments. See, Steve-O, how you doing? And as we've been sitting here talking, rain has stopped. Winds down to maybe 1 or 2 kilometers per hour. It just comes and goes. It just comes and goes. The thunderstorms down in Miami, when I lived down there, where it rained cats and dogs for like an hour, 2 hours in the afternoon. A little bit of flooding on the streets. Yeah, you just wait around. The water goes down. This habagat reminds me of like those summer rains in Miami. But again, when you sit there and look at it on the map, it's just this soup right here that seems to never go away. It just lingers there. And they've even used the word, I hate using the word enhanced after that damn lockdown, but and it's something about an enhanced habagat. But again, it just seems like it won't go away. Randall says, how is her family handling the weather? Man, I have no idea. I have no idea because I really never get too much of an update as to what's going on down there with them. I'll ask Big Pumpkin quite frequently, hey, how's your family doing? Oh, they're okay. That's my update. Well, how's Grandma? Oh, she's good. I mean, so I have no idea what's going on down there. But looking at the map, I can sort of zoom it in, show you where the village is. Let's see, there's Cebu right there. So they're sitting right there. Right there where my cursor is. I mean, like most of this soup is to the northwest of where they're at. So I don't know if they're getting any rain at all. I think somebody yesterday said it was raining in Cebu City. But we're up here in the thick of it. I mean, they're way down there, northern tip of Cebu. Maybe Big Pumpkin, if you're here in the chat, you can put it out what the weather is doing down there. Mr. G, how are you? Overwatch, how you doing? Angelo. Okay, Angelo says I haven't gone out all week with a brownout and flooded Parañaque. Yeah. We've just been hanging out here in the village. I think Maria and well, they did go out one time when the weather let up. They took a trike. I think they went to the Walmart, but for the most part, we're just hunkered down. Nobody's got to go to school. Why get out in this mess if we don't have to? Yeah, it's just a combination. There's gutters and sewers, but it's so much rain getting dumped in this low-lying areas. But again, when you live in a place like Angeles or here, you deal with the rain. Eventually the rain goes down. Okay. You're living up in the mountains, they're dealing with landslides and roads being impassable and no other routes. Other people around the country have it a lot worse than we do. We just always ride out the rain, and that's pretty much it. Hey, Philly, how you doing? Reporting sunny and warm on Surigao Island. So there you go. We're sitting up here in this soup, and other folks are just enjoying the beautiful weather. But like I've said before, living here on Subic Bay, out of all the places I've lived in Southeast Asia, the worst rain that I've ever experienced was living right here. Let's see, 303 checking in from Colorado. Hope you're doing well. Got some good weather there in Colorado. Yeah, PlantWorks 100. Never walk in these floodwaters. Yeah, it's just smart. If you don't have to get out, just don't go walking through this mess. I've done it before and really didn't care and pay attention, what have you. But as we get older, let me pull up some more photos here. Again, this is coming from fire rescue folks riding around this morning trying to help folks out. But yeah, as I get older, there's just no need for me to ride around, have my feet walking around in that mess. Let's see, Hyde, how are you? Midnight Alchemist checking in from Nana Emo. I hope I say that right. Then again, Overwatch checking in from Waco. Yeah, so that's what's going on here locally in the Philippines right now. And again, if you're just joining me, I put my 3-day rainfall forecast. So up there near Baguio, Benguet, up there, a lot of rainfall predicted. Again, got landslides, flooding going on. We're here sort of in the middle of the chart today and tomorrow. And then Wednesday we drop down Still going to have some rain, but we drop down to a little bit lower level. That's your 3-day rainfall forecast straight from Pagasa. And if y'all have caught any of my live streams before, I just pretty much look at these 3 tabs now. I pull this tab up. It's from panahan.gov.ph, and then the other 2 reports right there, and you get pretty much everything you need to know from those 3 tabs from Pagasa. That's what I look at these days. Let's see, Randall says, where's the safest part of the Philippines to live when it comes to dealing with typhoons? Well, that's a very good question, and it's sort of subjective. Like, okay, for example, living in Angeles City, never have any like real devastation in my experience living there. You just deal with the rain, you stay at home when it rains, usually never even a brownout, and the rains go down, you go back out, no problems. Living here, in my experience, pretty much the same thing. You get a lot of rain, the streets flood a little bit. As long as your house isn't on that low level, you just ride it out. So living in AC or Subic, it's sort of inherently safe, right? In my personal experience. Are you going to deal with a lot of rain, a little bit of flooding, and have to stay home a few days? Yeah. But I'm not dealing with tornadoes. Up in the mountains, they're dealing with landslides. Other parts are constantly dealing with earthquakes. And if you live near an active volcano, you're dealing with that. So the typhoons that come this way, most of the time it just rains. That's it. So I guess it depends on what your definition of safe is. But if a typhoon comes this way, it's just going to dump a bunch of rain. You just stay at home, you're good. It's not like there's a slew of tornadoes where somebody's losing their trailer and their roof. Lane's away, checking in from Florida. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay, if you're checking in, here's the current weather conditions from Subic Bay. Looks like just a light sprinkling of rain. The winds are calm. And there's looking out the front with the mango tree leaves, and I don't know if y'all can see that cow in the background, but the cow's back there just chilling. I got to change the camera out. It's just the highlights are blown out back in the pasture there. I got to change out the camera where we can see them cows out there. You can tell a lot about the weather by the way the animals are acting, and they're just chilling back there. Whoop, hit it too many times there. Let's see, Van Turner, how you doing? And speaking about, I was talking about earthquakes. Let me get to my vent report right before I forget. I call it the vent report. Volcanoes, earthquakes, news, and typhoons. And maybe somebody already coined that term, or maybe I'm the first one to pull it. But you can go to Phil Volks, to this tab here, and we can see the volcano statuses here. As long as it's a 1 or a 2, no need to worry. If you got the 3 and the 4, then you got to pay attention. Mine's at a 2. Let's see. Bulasan's at a 1. Ken Laon is a 2. Okay, so look, I'm not a volcanologist. I don't know anything about this. All I know is I can look at numbers and I can read like anybody else. And looking at this compared to what happened, as long as we're at a 1 and a 2, okay, we're okay. No big deal. Where are the main 2 offenders at recently? Well, there's the Mayan. There's the old lady's village right there. And then there's the other one. There's the old lady's village right there. So their village is sort of like the meat on a volcano sandwich, just for reference. Okay, here's your daily dose of trivia. According to Phil Volks, how many active volcanoes are there in the Philippines? Well, Smoke will scroll down and it looks like there's a total of 24. There you go. If you wanted to know that piece of trivia, I keep that pulled up just to show you what they say. Okay, now let's go to the earthquakes. Make sure the screen is refreshed here. I know I'm going fast through all this data, but people ask me every day, almost on a daily basis, hey, did you hear about the earthquake? You know, my old lady's from whatever village, and she said they had an earthquake. And most of the time the answer is no, I didn't hear about it. And I just like to show you why. Well, according to Phil Volks, there's about 20 events a day. So let's just scroll back to after midnight, and they put the level over here. So I got a 3.1, there's a 4.6. Eastern Samar had a 4.6. Do I hear 4.7? Boom, right there, got a 4.7. Got a winner. Do I hear a 4.8? Oh, there's a 4.9. They put those in bold. I think if they hit over 4, I think of what I've figured out is if it's over 4, they bold them out. So 4.9 is the highest we've got so far today. So anyhow, I just throw that out there when people say, hey man, did you hear about the earthquake? Which one? And that's where you can get the information from, because only the bigger ones make the news, and then you don't realize how many events that they're recording and putting out. So there you go. Let's see, Overwatch on the mailing address to send Amazon packages. There's a link in the description to their Big Pumpkin and the kids, what they call that, wish list. So if you click on that, and then it'll automatically get sent to where it needs to go. You know, I've talked about it before when we post addresses, and the link to that wish list seems to work the best. See Dennis checking in from Virginia. Mimi, how are you? Mama checking in from Cebu City. Andre in Thailand. Okay, Alan says in Manila it's raining cats and dogs. Okay, and you know, again, throughout the night last night, it would rain cats and dogs for a little bit, quit. It was raining cats and dogs this morning. Okay, DBA video is reporting San Isidro is flooded on the right side of the Mata N River. So let's pull up, go back to the fire department here. Where's that clip? Okay, that's the ongoing scenario at Santo Tomas Bridge right there, according to Subic Fire Rescue. And looks like they're unloading a boat. Looks like the entrance to Santa Monica right there is flooded. No, Overwatch, the way I understand it, if you just click on that, you can add anything you want, and it'll all go to the current address that we've got plugged in there. And again, they posted this not too long ago. I'm assuming that's from this morning. And that would make sense. And it looks like there's a pretty good little current going on right there. So what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story is, if you can, just stay home, stay out of the mess. And it fools you too, because how this habagat, this monsoon fools you is that it'll clear up. And you're like, okay, everybody saddle up, we're gonna go out. And then 15 minutes later, it's raining cats and dogs. You definitely don't want to be caught out in it. So the past 10 days, that's what we've said, and then finally we're like, let's just stay home. Earlier or this morning, I said, hey, I might send y'all to Walmart this afternoon if it lets up. It's really just not smart. It's just better for us to stay at the house. Let's see, how is Janice doing? I haven't heard from her, but their spot over there floods too. I don't think their crib itself floods, but like everybody else, a lot of folks walking to there, you got to walk through some low-lying area. And it's the same way for us. If we tried to walk out of here, we're facing some of this mess too. And you saw how deep that water was up there in front of the Walmart. So even if you're in a trike, that stuff's coming up in the floorboard. If we had to go somewhere, we could, but it's just not smart. Juice is not worth the squeeze of leaving the house. All right, let's see. Timothy's reporting 75 likes. Okay, I see 73 on my side. Thumbs ups, no thumbs downs. Man, I'm doing good. Where's all my super fans at? Giving me them thumbs down. I'd like to see about 5 or 6 of those. Where's the quiet fish? Guaranteed to get a thumbs down. Willie, how are you? Checking in from San Diego. No rain, lots of heat, 90 degrees plus. Hope you're doing well there. I certainly enjoyed my time living around San Diego. I love the place, but that was coming up on 20 years ago. Obviously, a lot has changed. But right there, the video clip that you're looking at is from Subic Fire Rescue, and I do believe it's from this morning. They had some photos that they were out early this morning, last night, so I'm assuming that's from early this morning. Maybe it's from yesterday afternoon, but I believe that footage is from early this morning. They're in front of appears to be Santa Monica subdivision, which is right there north of Sawmill, north of the Mata Inn River, just north of Barrio Beretta. But the thing about it, folks, a lot of folks here, everybody here is not riding around in a Suburban. Everybody here doesn't have a car. People take a Jeep. And when you get out of the Jeep, you got to walk through this mess to get to where you're going, right? Not everybody's got the money to take a trike. Everybody's hitting the Jeep. It's the cheapest form of transportation, and then you walk. Well, guess what? This is what you got to walk through. When we lived here before, we bought everybody rubber boots. And you'll see a lot of folks living over in this area. It's what you wear every day during the rainy season, just rubber boots. Man, I had a great pair, high quality pair of rubber boots from Ace Hardware. Well, we all did. And they were part of that box that fell off the trike back in the day, and we lost our huge box of shoes. But it's just an item to put on the list. We all need a good set of rubber boots. It's funny, one time I asked my buddy, when it first started raining, my first rainy season here, and I can't remember if it was April or May, whatever, when the rains first started, I'm like, hey man, when's this rain gonna let up? He's like, November. And sure enough, it just rained non-stop, to where we went out and bought some rubber boots. I see Randy checking in from Weatherford, Texas. Plenty of sunshine here in the hundreds. And Steve checking in from New Zealand. Well, I mean, the one good thing about the rainy season and the rains is what? You know, many of y'all have hit me for not buying an air conditioner. But when we first moved in, it was a little toasty. You know what I mean? We dealt with it. But once the rain started, I mean, I'm sitting here right now cool as a cucumber. I got blue jeans and sort of thick shirt on here, and I'm still I got a little chill going on. So we are enjoying the cool weather due to all the rains. If you want to look at some type of positivity coming out of it, it's been so nice and cool here. Even if I had an aircon in every room, none of them would be on. Let's see. Hosiana checking in from Palau. The weather is sunny and a little breezy. Romeo, how are you? Yep, we've had, about 10 chill days now. So that's all we're doing. We're just chilling at the house. Just staying indoors, staying dry, staying off the roads. At home in Subic Bay. Now my third rainy season, but I still cannot get used to it. Yeah, and like I said, I've lived many places, and compared to Thailand's rainy season, I've just always thought the rainy season here on Subic Bay is the most extreme. It just rains the most right here on Subic. Okay, Tika, how are you? I'm in Ermita, Manila, and it was very flooded here. So Ermita is up by where the U.S. Embassy is, up in that area, sort of on the north side of Manila. Got a lot of flooding there. And Timothy asking about water and getting into... I haven't heard of anything like that. I mean, here this is a way of life. So, this ain't nothing new. This happens every year. It'll happen next year. It's just a way of life. So I haven't heard anything like that. And obviously they're going to have to, any gas station they build, they've got to factor that in. So I don't think so. And then somebody asked about food and water. Now, again, it's just a way of life, right? I've never experienced any type of shortage through, any event here other than if you want to count Yolanda. Yolanda was devastating back in 2013. And the big challenge, I mean, nobody starved through that event, right? At least in Subic, or at least in Cebu. The problem in that event was there were so many coconut trees and palm trees over the roads. It took forever to get the roads cleared before they could get the trucks back running, bringing supplies. But no, just stuff like this. No, there's no shortages, no real disruption of anything. Because again, they're used to it. But it's sort of like in northern part of the U.S. where they're used to snow, no big deal, right? But you go down to the south and have an inch of snow, everything shuts down for a week. Everybody buys up all the loaves of bread and the milk, and it's like a huge disaster where, up in Ohio, it's everyday life. You got snow plows and yeah, so it's I won't say par for the course, but this is just rainy season. That's all it is. Let's see, Tika said went down to Samar. Absolutely nothing there. I used to have an old lady. She was from Samar, northern Samar. Loved it down there. Again, that was years ago, but like her town over on the beach side, they didn't even have a cell signal back then. I would have to stay in Calbayog because it was civilization. They had internet and a cell signal. When I'd go around to her place for 3-4 days or a week, there wasn't even a cell signal. But I had a great time down there. Okay, at home in Subic says I'm on high ground. No flooding in Alta Vista, but high winds have been a problem, knocking out electric 2 times. Yeah, and I'll just throw this disclaimer out there, folks. If I suddenly disappear from the stream, there have been a few wind gusts, what have you. If I suddenly disappear, it's from a brownout, and I'll just say thanks for joining me. But right now we're holding strong. Better knock on wood. Got electric, got internet. Let me give you a look at the current weather conditions. My frog pond has turned into Frog Lake. You've got a sustained rain going on. Not too big on the wind gusts right now. But I would say last night, or actually yesterday morning, we had some pretty strong gusts of wind. I mean, it was coming a storm for a little while there. I mean, to the point that we were paying attention to it, to the wind gusts. But as soon as they showed up, they left out, and it just goes back to heavy rain. Yeah, in America, anytime there's an emergency, everybody goes and buys up all the toilet paper. That's one thing we don't buy. Haven't had to buy toilet paper in over 15 years. That's one of the things I don't look forward to going to America, is having to use toilet paper. Chafe my ass. It's one of the things that Americans, we do not get right, is the toilet paper problem. Anyhow, if you're just joining me, that's coming. That video clip right there is coming courtesy of Subic Fire Rescue. Looks like they were riding around all night last night, checking and making sure everybody was safe. And again, it's just heavy rain here. At least it is at my house up here. It's just heavy rain. Hold on a second. Let me let you look at the pond. Let me try to get this thing running. I'm not logged into this Facebook, and the damn thing keeps giving me problems. They don't want to let me look at this stuff unless I log in, and I'm not logged in on this crap. Can't stand Mark Zuckerberg. You gotta come in here and start over. I need to refresh the screen anyhow. Okay, so alright. Well, it turned out to be a good thing. Boom! McMiller coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. Mate, you're full of it. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. So this was 24 minutes ago, coming from the fire department. Team is continuing to clear obstructions in the area. Expect intermittent delays. So let's go ahead and pull these photos up here. So that's a clearing operation at Santo Tomas. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, but it appears that what they're doing is clearing debris that gets pushed up against that bridge. I can just talk of what I've observed many times in the past is when the level of that river gets high, it brings all these branches and debris, and it just starts accumulating against that bridge, and there's no telling how much pressure it's putting. You got to clear that off of there. It looks like what they're doing. I can't say for sure, but in the past, looks like that's what's going on. We'll just scroll through the photos here. So there you go. That's looking unless I'm looking at it wrong, that's looking like in a sort of northerly. That'd be northerly, or would that be easterly direction? Looking upriver. There we go. Okay, there's the Wilcon Depot over there going into Barrio Barreto. So that's looking upriver, this direction. So you got all this debris that gets backed up on the upriver side of the bridge. So it appears that that's what they've got going on. Okay, now that's a better picture there. You can see the water level, the level of the river. I mean, that thing gets up to the point, there's probably like an inch or two underneath the bridge. And you got all that debris just getting piled up there. So shout out to everybody. Okay, there you go. Got some better pictures here. Everybody at the fire department busting their ass to keep everybody safe out there. Okay, so there's a picture of what I'm talking about. See how that debris collects right there? So they're out there removing the debris. Again, that's about 30 minutes ago. Here's from 42 minutes ago. So, you know, the rain has slowed down, especially since we've been live here. Everything's slowed down, you know, so it gives the streets a chance to start clearing themselves up. Let's see, Airman checking in from Honolulu. 83 degrees and raining. Stay safe. Thank you very much, my friend. Okay, so again, it looks like, you know, just that low-lying area out in front of the Walmart. And, you know, the Walmart itself is obviously up on high ground. So is the parking lot. But there's a trike terminal right there in front of the Walmart. There you go. You can see the trikes rolling through. Yeah, somebody was asking earlier, is it Walmart? No, it's the Walter Mart. It's a nice little shopping center. It opened up when we were living here before. I don't know, what is it, 7 years old? Opened up like 6-7 years ago. Got everything you want in there. Just a nice little shopping center. Anything you could ask for, you can get in the Walter Mart. So let's see, what is that? That's not even knee-deep water, but it still screws up everything, because right there is where all the jeepneys pull in. So anybody trying to get on a jeepney has got to stand in that water. Then on the other side, anybody trying to get on a trike, well, that's where the trike terminal is. You got to stand in that water. And this is just one example of, it's just an example of how it affects basic operations. The trikes can still run. The jeepneys are still going to run. But the people got to walk their ass out in that to get on the vehicles. See, Kenny and Subic, how you doing? I'm in Tierra Verde. Good drainage, no flooding inside the subdivision. Only one 20-minute brownout in the last 8 days. All right, and see, that's something you can deal with. We had, I don't know, 2 or 3, but just real short ones, just very, very short ones. Not even worth writing home about, unless you're doing what I'm doing. 30-second brownout screws up my stream, but nothing we can't deal with. Chris wants to know, were my goats able to survive the flooding? Man, I got a whole herd of goats down in her village. They don't want to admit it, but I got a whole herd down there from my initial investment in the initial 5 goats that I bought. Yeah, back when I was a kid, back in the 80s, we used to do skimboarding. Everybody had a skimboard. So the minute it started raining, grab your skimboard, and we headed out. A lot of good places around here, and a lot of opportunity for skimboarding. Okay, so here's some photos here. Just posted those about an hour. Again, you see the jeepney here pulling over, right? It's just a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? It's not going to stop everything from running. It's just a pain in the ass that you got to walk out through that mess to get on the Jeep or get in the trike, across the damn road. Versus certain areas of the country where there are landslides and people being injured and losing their lives. Just to contrast that. So somebody said earlier about where's the safest place to live. Well, it's all subjective. But like the problems here and the problems living in Angeles, it's just more of an inconvenience versus other places that are really getting hit and taking damage. Let's see, Thor Quest, how are you? Checking in from Riverview, Florida. Elevation 44 feet above mean sea level. Willie says lots of sunshine there. Water bill was $375 last month. My goodness. That's a big old water bill. All right, and again, there you go right there. Got ongoing clearing operations there. All right, that's a great video clip of them doing exactly what I was explaining. That's the Mighty Mata Inn River. So if you're leaving, you're looking into Barrio Barreto there, and now you're looking upstream. And so all that debris coming down from upstream, it just collects up against that bridge. And that's what they call the sawmill area. And so they've got to get over there and get all that debris out of the water, because it just keeps piling up. I mean, it just keeps piling up and piling up to where that water is doing nothing but pushing on that debris, pushing on that bridge. So I got a bunch of videos, bunch of clips in the past of sitting there watching that mess. So anyhow, shout out to the folks out there getting that cleared up. Having trouble playing this video. You know why? Because it's Mark Zuckerberg's piece of shit platform. Okay, so refresh the screen there. Alright, that's 8 minutes ago. Up there in front of the Walmart. You know, again, if you're in a truck, it's no big deal. You just slow down and go through that water. If you're in a Toyota Corolla, you probably don't really want to go through that water. And I say that, and there goes one right there. So again, it's not necessarily that deep unless you're trying to walk through it to get to the Jeep or get to the trike or cross the road. There we go. Another issue. Why? Because it's Facebook. Shit don't work right. Let me refresh the screen. And again, they don't like it because I'm not logged in. What's the big deal? See if it'll play now. See, John says it needs some rain. Here in Mississippi, it's been 90s for a month with zero rain. Squirrel World, how are you? John Mann checking in from Oregon, reporting massive wildfires burning. Yeah, like on a grand scale, just let's put some pictures up there. They don't want to show me the video. There you go, right there. On the grand scale, we're fine. Where we're sitting, we're fine. We'll deal with the rain. It'll eventually let up. It'll be life going back to normal. Let's see. McMiller says in China the runoff water will kill you. Yeah, those wildfires are definitely scary. If I had to take my chances of living here through typhoons and the rainy season, I'm used to that. Those fires, yeah, that's a whole different level of a whole different threat level with those fires. Yeah, Eli, I did look into the Starlink. Everybody that I know that I've talked to says it works great, no problems. And we were looking at getting the Starlink Mini. 2 reasons. Number 1 is a backup, and number 2, so we head back out and start doing some camping and stuff. We could do some live streams from there, but I haven't picked it up yet. But I was looking at the Mini. They got little snap-on battery packs, so you get 2 or 3 battery packs. Looks pretty cool. I haven't had a pocket Wi-Fi in probably 10 years. So I haven't had one of those in a long time, and I've never personally had Starlink. I'll put different pictures up there if you're just joining me. These are courtesy of the fire department. All that debris comes down in the river. You got to keep it cleared, or it just backs up too much, puts too much pressure on the bridges. So that's what you're seeing them do right there. And that's looking into Barrio Barreto. Alright, let's check the current weather conditions here at the crib. Just very light rain. Very light rain. No big deal. Other than the fact that my Frog Pond has turned into Frog Lake. So hopefully a couple more days this will the rain's going to let up where that water will go down. We'll no longer have Frog Lake. Even if it does overflow, it's not going to affect the crib. It'll just run down the street. But all right. Can't seem to keep a video playing. But there you go. Again, this is from the monsoon, the southwest monsoon. They call the Habagat, if I say that properly. As you can see, we're up here in just the middle of this soup, and it just seems to sit there. It don't seem to be going nowhere. It don't look much different on the radar map from day to day. It's just hovering and dropping rain on our heads. The old lady's village is right there on the tip of northern Cebu. I don't know what the weather is doing down there, because Big Pumpkin never gives me any real report as to how they're doing. That's where they're at down there. But up here on the western half of Luzon, at least, that soup's just sitting over our head, it seems like. Let's see, at home in Subic Bay, I have Starlink. It works well, but they raised the price now twice in the last year. Now it's 4,099 pesos, which is about $63 per month. Alright, thank you very much for that update. Now, just to contrast that, our package that we've typically had with Converge, we pay 3,500 pesos per month, but that's 800 up and down. It's blazing fast. I think the package that we got now is 2.5 and it's 300. I think that's the numbers. So the average person can get away with Starlink, I think, no problem, and be okay with it. But if you have Converge in your area, you only really need, like, I think it's 1,500 peso a month package. So obviously Starlink is portable, has its benefits, but you can get internet here a lot cheaper and faster, and I recommend Converge. That's what we use. If you're doing anything like what we're up to, 3.5, you got 800 up and down. And again, we're at 300 up and down now, and it's fine. But typically I go with the fastest internet I can get. Anyhow, just for information, there's different companies. I've always used Converge. They're solid. They've always been solid. Let's see, John Man is reporting that a fire helo crashed in Utah, killing 2. Sorry to hear that. A fire dozer became engulfed in a fast-moving fire in Oregon, and all 3 are still missing. Man, my heart goes out to their families. You know, that's the thing. Wildfires are scary. You know, would I rather deal with a typhoon or wildfires? I'll take typhoons any day. Alright, Starlink downlink is 200 plus, but the uplink is only 50. Now see, yeah, that's the thing about for what we're doing. We're mainly concerned with the up speed, the uplink. But for the average person, Starlink is plenty. It's just like talking about if you're going to buy a laptop, buy the base model, because the average person these days, if you took a base model laptop, whether it's an Apple or a PC, you take the base model, the average person is probably never going to use more than 5% of the horsepower of the cheapest laptop you can buy these days. A guy like me, I'm going to use 100% of the horsepower. But unless you're crunching video or something like that, you're the average user, buy the cheapest damn laptop, because you're never going to use the horsepower. Save the money. Truth be told, most people these days don't even need a damn computer. They just need a nice iPad. Alright, let me let you look at the Frog Lake out there. Let me see if I can refresh this and get some more videos from the fire department here. See if they got anything new here. Trying to pull up their video. See if it'll play. If you're just joining me, every time I try to get the Facebook video to play, it'll just quit playing. But again, that's courtesy of the fire department here, doing a clearing operation at the Santo Tomas Bridge. They're just giving you a look at the road situation. Obviously, you know what they're reporting at the time. They got one lane of travel shut down. Might back up traffic just a little bit, but they're doing what they guess to do. Alright, 117 thumbs ups, 2 thumbs downs. I want to thank y'all very much for clicking that button. It really helps out with them old Google squirrels who control everything about this game. I always try to get to at least 100 thumbs ups, or collectively 100. I'm not sure that makes them happy, but if I were a Google squirrel and I saw that 100, you know, it'd make me want to start break dancing. So I appreciate y'all hitting that button. If you're just joining me over from Kick or Twitch, thank you very much. Got 26 followers on Twitch. I think about the same amount over on Kick. And I'm impressed by those platforms. They are just pretty much the same quality as YouTube, reliable. Got their technology wired tight. So I'm broadcasting on 3 platforms simultaneously. But old Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook can't even play a basic video. Nothing new there. Yeah, Eli says you can run a YouTube channel from an iPad. You can stream, edit, upload, pretty much. Yeah, the average person, just buy an iPad. You don't need a laptop. It's too heavy. You're never going to use it. Just a waste of money. Yeah, the fires here, especially in a place like, fires that break out, say in like Manila, downtown areas, man, they get out of hand so quick just because of the conditions. Yeah, but I definitely would not want to be dealing with the wildfire threat over there. I don't think it's my connection, man. I don't think it's my connection. I'm running 300 up and down solid. I'm blaming Zuckerberg. Can't get his shit right. Just like Bill Gates. Microsoft Windows ain't never worked right. Won't never work right till the end of time. A PC will not recognize a new printer from Walmart's. Why am I an Apple guy? Because it works. I've been sitting here live streaming to 3 platforms, not even one hiccup. And this damn Facebook video from somebody's cell phone won't even play properly. Lanes Away says, do you mind if we shout out Tom Flo? Or is that too Flo? I don't mind. Hope she's doing well down there. As a matter of fact, you could get a weather report from her and let us know how the weather's doing down there. I'll refresh the screen here. But again, here Manila, Baguio up here. So this soup is just sitting right over our heads. As much as I've stared at this, the same as I used to stare at the Strait of Hormuz, this just looks like it doesn't change. It just sits there every day. Yeah, we got great speed. Like I said, it's only 300. Typically we've got the 800. But so far the 300's working fine. Average person just needs the cheapest internet package, but when you're uploading 60, 70 gigabyte 4K 60 frame video, the speed is a huge factor. Big Pumpkin coming in here. Hold on, folks. Let's see if we can get a cameo appearance from this old girl. Come on in here, baby. Come on. Don't worry about your bra. Come on in here. Just don't do no National Geographic moments, folks.
Nailamok, they have mosquito.
You're gonna come in here and assault me on live TV?
Guys, they have mosquito. It's so big.
Yeah.
They have mosquito. It's so big.
Yeah. Now I got a big ass knot on my head. You just slapped me on live TV in front of a million
what you want? You have
viewers in my studio audience.
What you want? You have a dengue or
easy. My gosh. Why are Filipinos so rough on the foreign guy? Don't y'all understand the word gentle? Look at her, you done messed up. Ain't nobody seen no damn mosquito.
No, they have a mosquito.
I got 2 million viewers.
They have mosquito na.
Ain't nobody seen no mosquito.
They have na.
Here, just open that over there just in case. You see what I'm up against here? Wasn't no damn mosquito.
They have.
Wasn't no damn mosquito.
They have lagi.
At least she brought me a coat.
Have lagi mosquito. They have another mosquito because of the water in there.
Ain't no damn mosquito. I got a ton of frogs back there eating all the mosquitoes.
Bahala ka, di ka mo to do it. See it again.
How long are you gonna stand there and bother me? How about some ice in a wine glass?
Wala ice.
Wala ice.
Wala. It's burnout.
It's not a brownout. Why Filipinos bola? You can't make this shit up. Hey, where's the ice? Oh, it's a brownout. There's no ice. Look at all these screens. sitting here broadcasting live. Oh, there's a brownout. Why Philippines got to tell the bola bola? Sit there and get slapped, get bitch slapped on live TV. Wasn't no damn mosquito on my head. She just crazy. Yeah, it might have been funny for you, the viewer. It wasn't funny when I took that impact of that big hand. I don't see no mosquito. Some bullshit right there. That's all right. I'll just wait till she's taking a nap. I'll raid her purse. I'll take a little tax from that. She'll get taxed. Let's see, Zip Schaefer, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Pony Boy checking in, says 87 octane, $5.39 a gallon on the card. $5.29 cash. Central Valley out in California cost $120 to fill up a Chevrolet truck. What's this world coming to? I mean, I'm serious. What is the world coming to? Over $100 to fill up your pickup truck. Remember back in the day, you pull in, yeah, give me $5. Give me $5 on unleaded. Give me $8.25 on unleaded. $120. Bad Boy Travel, good morning. How are you? Checking in from Behold. Confirm there was no mosquito. Yeah. I mean, what can you do? The woman's crazy. That's all there is to it. They're all crazy to a certain level, but this one's a special kind of crazy. Got like 8 screens going here, studio lights, talking to a million viewers out there on a live broadcast. It walks in here and gives me a big Pasalubong slap. Some rain and clouds down in Cebu. Doing vidjokey and karaoke. Well, I hope Simon gives her a call. Or Eli says $5.86 to charge my Tesla. Yeah, I'll take the $5.86. And folks, I'm old school. I like a nice big Cadillac, big land yacht. But I had that Tesla chopper. Plug that thing in every night. I could go anywhere I wanted to in Angeles City. Anywhere I wanted to. Usually for a couple days without charging it. But hey, I just plugged the thing in at night. Could go anywhere I wanted to go on that damn thing. You know how convenient that was? That was so convenient. And then all of a sudden you're like, damn, this electric vehicle shit's a pretty good concept. And I think the problem is the price is too high right now. It costs too much to replace the battery. Once they get that cost down, like the Chinese are doing, to where it's cheaper to drive an electric versus a gas burner, everybody's going to want an electric vehicle. Once that cost comes down. Let's see, Zip's reporting $6 a gallon in Northern California. And 20 for an 8 to Sticky Buzz. Sergio, the Coke over here's got sugar in it. I think y'all refer to it as Mexican Coke over there. So it's a different taste. It's not the I always say it wrong. The high fructose corn syrup, whatever it is, it's different. Let's see, Norman, how you doing? Got a Dodge diesel with a 50-gallon tank. Empty, it takes $160 to fill up in Alabama. It's crazy, man. We were talking about this yesterday or the day before, how when I was over there in 2020 on that short trip, I discovered that y'all have this thing called DEF. And I think that stands for diesel exhaust fluid. I think it is. I'd never heard of that. I'd never heard of it. And being over there on that trip, they're like, yeah, you gotta, all the new diesels, they gotta put that shit in there. You gotta fill that up. Every time you fill up, it just adds to your money. You know, I used to have a Power Stroke, and I had a flatbed with a regular diesel in it. We didn't deal with that shit back then. It was just like, what are you talking about? What, you got to put extra shit in there? What? Had no idea. But after I looked at it and saw how much more I'd have to pay, I'm like, well, now I'm not interested in the fucking diesel no more. Eli says the Chinese know how to make reliable EVs these days. Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got the price down. Time will tell what kind of quality they are. But again, how can we compete with China on any type of manufacturing? They're going to make it cheaper, more efficient. Alright, Zip says I had to use DEF in my semi for 10 years. Yeah, I don't know when they put it in place. I mean, I had a diesel. I had a Chevy van, a 1-ton van with a diesel in it before I left, and I'd never heard of that. See, Chris says, 75% of my Uber or Lyft drivers drive Teslas. Yeah, I rode in an electric car. I guess the one time I rode in an electric car when I took that taxi from Bangkok Airport down to Pattaya. I think that's the first and maybe the only time I rode in an electric vehicle. I'd have to sit there and think about it, but that was just a few years ago. Okay, Zip says it started in 2010. Yeah, I had no idea. So how much more does that add? I forgot. I was looking at it and added it up, but you have to fill that shit up every time you fill up the tank, right? The weather has calmed down. Doesn't even look like we got any rain impacting the Frog Pond, which is bordering Frog Lake. But again, last night had some inclement weather. It rained cats and dogs for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, then calmed down. And right now everything's calm. There's the latest coming from fire rescue. That one particular roadway was not passable earlier. Now it is passable to light vehicles. Still got standing water. Slow down and be alert for slippery surfaces. And this is from 35 minutes ago. I think that's the same video that we've already seen there. But obviously, just some standing water, a little bit of flooding in the roadway, National Highway, in the area of the Walter Mart and the 7-Eleven over there. You know, if you're in a jeepney or a pickup truck, no big deal. But if you're in a car that's low to the ground, you obviously want to pay attention. But again, you can see that car coming through there. It's not that deep. It's mostly just a huge inconvenience for people trying to walk, and it disrupts normal operations. Let's see, Sardino, how you doing, my friend? Well, according to Big Pumpkin, there was a big ass mosquito on my forehead when she come in here and bitch slapped me. But the answer to the question is, we don't have hardly any mosquitoes around here. No, knock on wood. Let me knock on wood, because once this rain stops, my damn frog pond back there might breed some mosquitoes. But we don't have a mosquito problem here. Could it be because we have these frogs? The frogs come out at night and all they do is sit there and eat bugs all night. So we don't have many mosquitoes, hardly at all, right here. Knock on wood. We're up on a little bit of elevation, so the water runs out quickly most of the time, other than my little frog pond. And got a few flies. Why? Because we got some animals walking around, everything from goats to cows, dogs and cats. But for the most part here, we're not dealing with any type of bug problem. In other places we've lived, yeah, mosquitoes, pain in the ass. You got to run an air con and a fan at night just to keep the mosquitoes from biting you. Lived in places with huge ass roaches. But here, man, it's just like a little utopia in our little village right here. We just don't have any of those issues. I guess I better knock on wood. Boom! Fisher Lord coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Move that up there. Bring that down just a little bit. Gotta make adjustments as we go. There we go. And just like that, here come the rain again. Rain's coming back down. And that's just the way it is. It's just raining cats and dogs. Lets up. Then there'll be some wind gusts. So again, the best policy is just don't leave the house right now. The minute you think everything's calm and you leave the house, you get caught out in this mess. And again, I had this morning I had briefly thought about getting on the bike and rolling out and getting some footage, and I'm glad that I didn't. This don't make no sense, especially when the good folks over here at the fire department have posted some videos and images so y'all can see what's going on. Let's see. Will we ever live in Angeles again? Well, never say never. Never say never. I got nothing against Angeles. It's a good city to live in. Infrastructure is good. All the amenities are there. Got nothing against Angeles City. Got the cheapest vegetable prices in the Philippines. Freshest vegetables there at Pampang Market. We just like being over here on the water and in the mountains. Yeah, it'll just go from nothing to just coming an absolute monsoon, just like that, and then it'll just go back to nothing. Let's look out the front door there. We got a little bit of wind going on. But again, yesterday, Sunday we had the biggest wind gusts that we've had during this whole mess, and there were some pretty good gusts. Chris says, I've seen those robo-taxis in downtown LA, but I haven't experienced one yet. I don't want to ride in a robo-taxi. Those self-driving cars, I've never seen one. What do they call them? Waymo, something, right? I've heard about them. I saw this article the other day that said something about all these robo taxis or what have you were like gathering in this one cul-de-sac when they didn't have a customer in the back. I don't know nothing about that shit. I'm not interested in riding in a damn robo taxi. I'm not interested in riding in an airplane that's being driven by a computer program. Hell no. I want a real live person, a captain at the controls with the first officer. I get into a car, I want some kuya over there to be driving, not some damn computer program. See, last plane home, how you doing? Cactus 402. Checking in from Charlotte. Yeah, Eli, maybe one day we'll settle down somewhere. I'm just too young to settle down right now. Still like being expeditionary. I've got 20 good years left, I figure, before, got to start slowing down. In an ideal world, I'd live in about 10 different countries between now and then. Or even 20. So settling down and building a small home, I'm not ready for the rocking chair. I'm not ready for the junkyard yet. Let's see, I laugh. How you doing? Man, just popped a Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. I've been dreaming about a Miller Lite. Man, oh man. If I had a Yeti full of Miller Lite, I'd drink every damn one of them right now. Right this minute. It's probably the only thing keeping me from already going back to drinking. I just can't get my hands on a Miller Lite. Let's see. Chris says no insulation in the roof or ceiling. That's why it sounds loud. Yeah, most of the houses over here, there's not much, if any, or zero insulation. I don't know how much is up there, but when you got a tin roof with the amount of rain that's coming down, it does get loud. I mean, I'm okay right now, but when it's coming down and I'm sitting here talking to you fine folks, I cannot hear myself talk. So sometimes if I get loud, I can't tell, because all I'm hearing is that background noise. It's just that roar. That's all you hear. Now, I don't have no car here. Got a motorcycle. See, Lanny, how you doing? Back in 1975, when I was 19, worked for my grandfather at his truck stop in Canada. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Folks, got Carhartt Joe in the house. And reporting, I'm glad I built my house on a hill. The neighbors is underwater. Okay, there you go. I mean, that is one of the best points to keep in mind. I mean, this is anywhere, but especially in a place like Southeast Asia where there's a hellacious rainy season. You got to pay attention to the elevation. If you're going to buy a piece of land, go there and look at it during the rainy season. Go there and look at it during a typhoon and see what's going on. Okay, I learned this as a kid spending time in Texas back in the 80s, and saw the flooding in Texas firsthand from several flooding events, hurricanes. I saw that shit with my own eyes from an early age, where a house, just a normal house like that, the water line went to the damn ceiling. Just like that, living too close to a creek that overflowed. So I saw that very early on as a kid, and since then I am very particular about that issue. Just go overboard on making sure the place is not going to flood. See Donald checking in from Barretto. Give us a weather report down there in Barretto, my friend. We're just north of you, but let us know how things are going down there in Barretto. All right, Roy, at the IHOP there in Florida. Man, I'd love to be sitting there at the IHOP. That's what I need to do. I need to teach Big Pumpkin just how to make me an exact match breakfast, like one from the IHOP, one from the Cracker Barrel, one from the Waffle House, one from Denny's. Maybe that's a great idea. Take Big Pumpkin to the States for the sole purpose of teaching her how to cook. Job number one, you're going to work at the Waffle House for 6 months till you learn the menu, learn how to cook. Then I take her to the Cracker Barrel. Then she does 6 months at Denny's, 6 months at the IHOP, 6 months at an Americanized Chinese takeout. Then bring her back here to the PI, and I might actually gain some weight, get some meat back on my bones, instead of what's going on right now. Keep losing weight due to her cooking. All right, so the video right there that they posted, you know, the rain has led up to the point that water's probably, a lot of it has subsided. If I had to guess, if I had to go up there, Captain Obvious, but the best policy is just stay home during this mess. We'll go back over to the news here, but if you'll look at that article right there, we covered it earlier. Government's urging vigilance versus leptospirosis, and basically it's bacteria that's spread by animals in like rat piss, and then when everything floods, it's all in the water. It's just permeated. The water's permeated with leptospirosis. Well, leptospirosis is the condition caused by the bacteria, to be technical. But it's a big problem here every time it floods. So if you're an old foreign dude like myself, you don't want to be walking around in the water, because the locals succumb to this, and they've walked around in this water their whole life, and it still causes so many cases during these events that they have to open up schools or gyms or whatever to try to treat the patients, the number of patients. So if the locals are being impacted by this, and they've lived through this their whole life, what do you think an old foreign dude like myself is gonna do? There's a much greater chance you walk through that water, you're gonna get sick over something, and it's going to be a lot more devastating to your health to recover than it is a local who's been exposed to it since they were born. So, anyhow, just bring that up, and plus the government's reminding everybody as well. Let's see, Professor, how you doing? Checking in from Koreatown. You give us a weather report over there from Koreatown. All right, John says his lady going to start learning how to cook American food because she'll be here in a month. All right, well, sounds good, my friend. Big Pumpkin's been around here for 9 years, observing my expert cooking skills. But she still ain't down with cooking any American food. Just the other night, what did she do? I said, hey, I want some spaghetti. And I want a damn Filipino style, sweet, runny. I don't want that. I want this Italian night, okay? I know you want Filipino style. Okay, but this is 50-50. I want Italian style. Okay, she buys Italian style. Take a bite of it. What's it taste like? Filipino style. You know why? Because she took the Italian style, added sugar and everything else to make it taste exact match Filipino style. Because she don't give a shit about my taste. That's what happened. Took a perfectly good Italian style, converted it over to Filipino style. Okay, well, if you're going to do that, then why don't you just buy the damn Filipino style and save yourself the trouble? That's what I'm up against. If I want true Italian style spaghetti, I got to make it myself and make sure she's nowhere near where she can sabotage my recipe. The professor's reporting rain, rain, rain. iLaugh's got one beer down. Under the Dogwood checking in from Florida. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Alright, so I'm going to take a short break. Nobody go anywhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the microphone on and let you listen to the rain. Now, I do got to put my little sign up there. Okay? Y'all give me 5 to 15 minutes. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, just wait longer. Listen to the rain through a stereo microphone. Here we go. folks, just like that, I'm back. Back like a bad dream. It's starting to come down out there now. How was the audio? How was the audio on that rain? Was it too loud, or could you hear the rain? You know what I mean? It gets to a point, it gets too loud, it's just distortion. Let's see, David, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Paul, checking in from the Hague. Man, this superstar is doing wonderful. Yeah, man, it's just straight up rain. Only good rain right now. Turning my frog pond into frog lake. If I demand survive my break, then let me tell you what she does. Okay, and I'll give her this. She does watch my stream most of the time. So she sees that I'm taking a break. What does she do? She jumps up, runs to the CR to take a 10-100 break. I'm like, what are you doing? You can take a break anytime. You're gonna run in there and beat me to the CR to take a pee. Then I said, what's up with, maybe I need to turn that microphone off. Okay, I had two microphones going at the same time. Old Steven Spielberg screwing stuff up. I said, yeah, you come in there and bitch slap me on live TV. She swears there was a huge mosquito on my forehead. I said, nope, the viewers already played it back. There was no mosquito there. You just came in there and hit me with a Paso Lubon bitch slap. What can I do? Get no respect around here. Let's see, Professor says last year wasn't this bad. Man, old Mark Zuckerberg can't get his platform to play a simple cell phone video. How about an image? Alright, let's put that up there. Yeah, I wash my hands. I can't say the same for Big Pumpkin. Hey, come on, just put it right over here. Put it right over here.
I wash my hands with tala.
You wash your hands every Saturday.
No, every Sunday.
Oh, sorry, she washes her hand on Sundays, whether they need it or not. Let's see, iLaugh says, some of you weren't around when Marcos was a drinker. Shows were somewhat better, different, and I would like to see him start drinking again personally. A lot of us who have been here for a while think he's getting a little too serious about things. I agree with you. And we would like to see some of the old Marcos back in the day. You know, I absolutely agree with you. Where do I begin? When I'm drinking, I'm very creative. When I'm not drinking, well, let's go back. I'm creative. I'm outgoing, an extrovert. I'm running for mayor. When I'm not drinking, I'm very analytical, serious, just an introverted asshole. That's how my brain works. I wrote my books while I was drinking rum, and the words just flow. Just like when I'm drinking, the words just flow when I'm talking to you fine folks through this camera. And when I'm not drinking, it's a struggle. Just struggle for creativity. So I hear that a lot. I hear that even from friends and family. You're boring as shit now. That's what they say. It's a double-edged sword. If this wasn't what I do, all right, well, who cares? But this is what I do. So obviously, it's a dilemma. So I don't disagree with you. I absolutely agree. But you know, it was time for me to just take a pause on the drinking. You know, always go on these check rides. They usually don't last over 2 years. But you know, at the time it was what needed to happen. Still holding strong, but I do miss that part of the lifestyle. Drinking while I'm cooking, drinking while I'm barbecuing. And it obviously brings out the creativity in my brain. It's one of the effects of alcohol. What does it do? It takes away a lot of those inhibitions that prevent you from doing something, prevent you from going and talking to a chick, embarking on an adventure. And that can be a positive thing. It can be a very negative thing, right? How many times have you went to bed with a 10 and woke up with a 2? So yeah, no, I agree with you. The ideas, the creativity doesn't come to me when I'm stone cold sober. But what's this show about? This show is about my life. What's the niche? The niche is about one dude's life, and that's me. And that's what the show is always going to be about until it's time for me to hand the reins over. So there have been times where I've been drinking on this show. There have been times where I've not been drinking. Y'all have seen the good side, the bad side, everything in between. And right now, what's going on in my life? I'm not drinking. And that's the niche. It took me a while to understand what my niche was here on this show. You know, some people start a YouTube channel doing camera reviews. Well, what happens if you're no longer interested in that, or people stop watching camera reviews like they have these days? Why? Because every camera is great. You don't got to do any research anymore. That's a problem, right? How do you pivot out of that? So what I realized was my niche here is just my life. I don't really have to create. I just document. And most people aren't very creative. When I'm not drinking, I'm not very creative. I don't have to be. I'm just documenting a slice of my life. That's the niche here. And it's never going to change until I hand off the reins to Maria or whoever's going to pick it up. So right now, you're seeing my life in a phase where an extreme party animal stopped drinking. And these are the effects. And at some point, you may see me reverse course and chug a big old German beer. Have a Yeti cooler full of Miller Lite that somebody smuggled in their suitcase. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. But the way I look at it is that that's what's going to keep this show from jumping the shark. If I did nothing but camera reviews, it would have already jumped the shark. I'd have to pivot and do something totally new. You know, if I were doing nothing but doing the Soy Bacau report or the Walking Street report or some shit like that, already would have jumped the shark. What keeps me going after 2,500 videos and the fact that I'm just getting started is, what's the niche here? This is a show about one man's life, living on what I call the overstay road, outside my home country. Maybe one day I go back to my home country. You never know. I think that's what's going to keep me operating 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now. Because that's what the niche is. Boom! Texan 6'9" coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much, my friend. And see, I gotta figure this out. Like, sometimes they're too small, sometimes they're too big. There's one setting that I'm not mastering on this. When I put things on the screen, I have to work on that. Yeah, just a quick. Some folks don't know what jumping the shark means. Now, there's a lot of debate surrounding the exact particulars, but it's back when Fonzie from Happy Days was water skiing and jumped the shark, and it just totally destroyed the show. Now, some people will say that's not what took the show down. There's debate, but that's Hollywood lingo for when a show jumps the shark. That means it's over. It tanks. It's gone. So, where would Happy Days have went if Fonzie hadn't been water skiing and jumped the shark when he's supposed to be this cool dude wearing white t-shirts and a leather jacket and kick your ass type of guy, you know? You don't put him in a bathing suit and have him jump a shark while he's water skiing. Yeah, no need. Let's see. Under the Dogwood says, "Do not be an enabler." Yeah, you know, due to my profession and having some friends, know exactly what the word enabler means all too well. Don't worry about that. Nobody has any influence on me. I'm gonna knock on wood, and I'm gonna thank the good Lord that they don't. Peer pressure never works on me. It never has, it never will. All decisions that I make or things that I do, it's all on this guy here. Nobody pressured me into it. So, you know, for the past 2 years, several times I've been out in the bars, not because I chose to go on my own, but because I have people coming to town and playing tour guide. They obviously want to go out. I've been in plenty of bars and sat there and drank Coke, Red Bull, while everybody else got sloshed drunk. So peer pressure don't work on me. You can say anything, offer me anything. You're not going to be responsible or a factor into what my decision ends up being. And I do consider myself lucky, you know, that's my personality. So I just throw that out there. You know, people, hey man, can I buy you a beer? Man, thanks for the offer, but I ain't drinking right now. It doesn't affect me. I still got that Jack and Coke on the shelf in there with that beer, San Mig Light. It sits there every day. Go home to Thailand. I got 3 cold Singhai sitting in the ref. Has no effect on me. So yeah, don't worry about that. Nobody's gonna pressure me into doing anything. Yeah, Fisher. Yeah, nobody influences me to do anything. It's just all on me. I take full responsibility. But not only do I understand all too well the word enabler, but to the point that a lot of the people I used to know and party with, I purposely don't call them myself. I let them call me. And the reason why, I don't want to be some type of trigger to them, or in a conversation enable them to justify going back to drinking or whatever the hell they're doing. So yeah, I get it, I understand it, and I'm also part of that. I don't want to cause anybody out there to go back to drinking or partying and affect or impact their life. But it don't work on me. Yeah, the big thing for me is the hangover. I can still party, I can still drink. It's just, it takes me a week to recover. It's too much downtime. Just way too much downtime. But again, if I go back to just a couple glasses of wine while I'm barbecuing, couple beers a night, no big deal. But the all-nighters and the thunder runs and disappearing for 3 days, I can't do that shit no more. I'm too old for that shit. I can do it. I just don't have a week downtime laid up to recover. I don't have that much time. KC Cool Daddy, how are you? Yeah, I'm not ready for the rocking chair. I'm not ready for the junkyard yet. I'm not ready yet. I still got a lot of good life left in me. There's probably going to be some beer drinking involved. Just like that saying, why worry about something that might kill you in 30 years when there's so many things that will kill you today? And yesterday we're talking about, I'm not into no more cheap beer. I'm not into cheap liquor. None of that. If this dude goes back to drinking, it'll be nothing but quality. Where before I focused on quantity. Okay, I want a quantity, I want it cheap. It's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be nothing but quality beer, quality whiskey. Not drinking the rot gut stuff anymore. So if you're just joining me, we have these conversations, we get off topic, but it's been raining here in the Philippines due to this southwest monsoon, the habagat. It's basically all this soup. It just seems to sit there. There's a typhoon hitting China up there north of us, but this is the monsoon, the habagat, if I say that properly. Here's a look. Just light rain coming down now, but in 2 minutes it could be raining cats and dogs for 20 minutes. Either way, we've pretty much been indoors for 10 days now. The kids were out of school all week long last week. They're out today, which is a good call. And if I had to guess, they'll probably be out tomorrow, maybe even possibly Wednesday. And that's fine. Better to sit at home, everybody's safe and sound, let the weather pass, no problem. All right, David says, there used to be a bar not far from me that was called Rockin' Chair, full of rocking chairs around a short bar. Well, thank you very much, Carl. Yeah, I feel much better. I feel much better. I think I look much better. This is normal for me. The guy that y'all saw in videos since the lockdown, the big fat guy with a pumpkin head, I don't even know that guy. This is normal for me for my whole life. This is normal. I've been a skinny dude, little dude, right? Basketball player, 5'4.5" on a good day. But when you first impressions, if you saw my video and the first impression, a little short fat guy, I get it, but this is normal for me. This is my normal body style. Just allowed myself on 2 occasions to get fat due to drinking too many cheap beers. I don't want to go back to that. But you drink 24 or 36 San Mig Lights a day, well, that's what happens. Your body's not prepared to process all those carbohydrates and everything else that goes along with it. I'm not going back to that. Sipping on a little Jack Daniels at night, a couple glasses of red wine, is not going to turn me back into a fat guy with a pumpkin head. And Paul says we all need a break from the alcohol. Some of us need to stay off for good. Yeah, when I quit, that was my mindset at the time. I said, man, I'm done with this shit. But that was two years ago. What's constant in life is change. Our outlook on life, our wants, everything changes, right? And now I'm at a point where, okay, maybe I want to go back to just sipping on something at night when I barbecue. But I have no desire to go back to hanging out in the bars every night. Disappearing for 2 or 3 days, laid up with 2 or 3 bar girls, don't even know their names. I'm done with that. Not interested in that. I'm interested in the taste of Jack Daniel's whiskey because I miss it. The taste of a good quality beer and some Carlo Rossi California Red. A little bit different. See, Guapong says I just tried the creamy Diablo on a sourdough bagel. Man, that's delicious. Man, it makes my mouth water just thinking about that creamy Diablo. I love it. I love that spicy stuff. Let's see, I laughed reporting beer number 2 down the hatch. Yeah, what's wrong with a couple beers at night? Nice cigar. I talk about this old gentleman all the time. Mr. Overton, I believe his name was. They did an interview with Mr. Overton, the World War II vet, like 100 years old, still lived by himself, drove himself around, had a girlfriend. He said he smoked like 8 cigars a day, ate ice cream every day. He said, you know why? Because it makes me happy. Zero excuses. Zero excuses. Why do you smoke so many cigars? Because it makes me happy. The dude lived to be 100 and something years old. But the crazy thing was, at 100, he was still living by himself, driving himself around, going to bingo, church, had a girlfriend. How you going to sit there and tell that guy, hey, man, cigars aren't good for you? Bro, I'm 100 years old. Hey, you're eating too much ice cream. I'm 100 years old. It makes me happy. Next question. Love that guy. Hey, Tom, how you doing? What if I knew their names? I ain't got time to take names. Just take initials because we're too busy to take names. Alright, let me see if I can pull something. If there's any new reports. I gotta put my old man glasses on here, take my cool breeze off. Pull a Fred Sanford. Let's see. Looks like the rain's letting up a little bit, but let's go over here to the fire department and see if they got any updates. Looks like really nothing new. Yeah, nothing really new from the fire department. This is from earlier today when they were over there at the bridge, clearing out the debris that comes down the river. You know, just stacks up against the bridge. Right there at Sawmill. The bridge over the mighty Mata Inn River going into Barrio Barreto. So again, shout out to the fire department. Looks like they've been out all night, keeping everybody safe, and them and the crews just handling business. Just normal life during the rainy season here. You know, nothing new. I see James and Karen. How you doing? Yeah, like right now it's calmed down. There's no rain, there's no wind. Looks like everything's good. But with this monsoon, it's subject to change just like that. You know, you sit there and you think, the weather's passed, it's going to clear up. Nope, it'll just go right back to raining cats and dogs. And again, Zuckerberg can't play a simple video. Alright, let me refresh on our news here, see if there's any more news coming out. Gotta verify I'm a human. There we go. Okay, again, the Habagat bringing heavy rains. And let's see if you're down in the Visayas. Here's some news that might affect you. Yellow alert is issued when the operating margin is insufficient to meet the transmission grid contingency requirement. Okay, so August 10th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. So when that capacity versus demand gets too close, it's a yellow alert. And they'll give you the reason there. So it's on yellow alert. 2350 on the capacity. The demand is 2276, so there's very little contingency. Then you get the yellow alert. And it's interesting to read these because a lot of people just ask the question, you know, why are there so many brownouts in the Philippines? I did a video on it. And not that I've had to figure it out. I just found a particular page on the electric company's site, and they clearly explained it. But let's hear what they have to say here. The unavailability of major coal-fired power plants, along with limited import from Mindanao, resulted in another yellow alert for the Visayas grid. Again, that's today, Monday, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And what that says is an inadequate operating margin against the contingency requirement. I mean, it's just too close to call, so it's a yellow alert. Total of 5 power plants in the Visayas are currently available, on top of the more than 20 that have been on forced outage since 2021. 13 other are operating on derated capacities. Let's always pay attention to that. But you know what happens when? Just think about it for a minute. When the middle class starts coming up, what do the middle class buy? I mean, what do they have the buying power to buy? They're buying appliances. They're buying air conditioners, which puts even more strain on the grid. Let's see, something like that. How are you? My favorite video was a cooking show at Times Square during the lockdown. Started as pigs in the blanket and ended as pizza. Oh man, there was all kind of craziness going on back then. Yeah, there's no nuclear power here in the PI. I may mess up the date a little bit, but there was a power plant down in Bataan that was constructed back in the 80s. I don't remember what year it was completed, but it was never fueled, and it's still sitting down there. And there was and has been talk about fueling that place and getting it online. And now, I'm not a nuclear scientist. Don't let the uniform fool you. But it doesn't seem like the right thing to do when a building's been sitting in the tropics for 40 years. 40-year-old building and technology, and then let's put the nuclear power rods in there and fire it up. Y'all watch this. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we should start with a brand new building, but nobody's asking me. I'm not a scientist. Okay? Don't let the glasses fool you. Hey Benito, good morning. We're doing well. We're just hunkered down here at the house. Just enjoying the day the best that we can. Kids are still out of school. Herbally Twisted, how are you? I gotta watch that with Big Pumpkin. Yeah, and we were talking about that yesterday. How these modular, these smaller nuclear power plants, and maybe that's the way to go. Especially since you've got so many islands, you know, everything's so spread out. We'll see. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. You know, this place has got some challenges like anywhere else, and power generation is one of them. We'll see what happens. Hey KC, I don't know. He said he's had the second beer. He either passed out or got to go take a 10-100 after 2 beers, which is to be expected. All right, Mike brings up a good point. With earthquakes and typhoons and volcanoes, as common as they are here, I don't think nuclear is the way to go. I mean, that's a good point. You've got those natural disaster, those threats, and maybe the smaller modular type plants are the way to go. Obviously, the experts in the field are taking a look at that. You know, if there was anything good that came out of Fukushima, was the fact that now everybody is focused on that. Where to put the thing. What happens if there's a typhoon, a tsunami? So hopefully the people who are making those decisions, the people much smarter than me, you have to assume obviously they're factoring that in a lot more seriously than before Fukushima. I mean, think about it. How many power plants are right on the ocean? Is that a good idea? Apparently not. It's like putting a biolab in the middle of Wuhan. What a great idea. Let's put a biolab right in the middle of a huge population center, so when something gets loose, it'll kill everybody. And like I said back during the lockdown, I got a great place for these biolabs doing gain of function research. It's called the fucking moon. Put them damn things up there. Do your gain of function up on the fucking moon. That way if it gets loose, it just kills all you assholes that fucked up. There you go. Don't affect us down here on planet Earth. Let's see, Gregory. Now there should be a product. There should be the Ray-Bans showing up. Do they show up? If I press the right buttons, they do. But again, a lot of times the YouTube automated system says that I didn't prominently display the Ray-Bans, even though I'm wearing them for hours. The computer can't figure out where they're at, that they were prominently displayed. Same way with my Yeti cup. I sit here and I can hold a Yeti cup for 5 damn hours, and the AI, the computer program, can't figure out that I properly displayed the product. Hey Larry, how you doing? Larry says we got Bubba the Weatherman on again. Thank you very much, my friend, for the kind words. Hope you're doing well. And I'm not actually a real weatherman, Larry. Don't let the uniform fool you. Okay, I'm not a real meteorologist. I admit to that. I just play one here on YouTube for your entertainment purposes. Okay, and with that, let's go over and see if there's any tropical cyclones within the Philippine area of responsibility. According to the real weathermen, there is not. Let's go ahead and check out the rainfall projections. There you go. There's a 3-day outlook on rainfall. And again, what I do, I just look and say, hey, where's Zambales? Oh, right there. Okay. So it looks like I'm in the middle of the heavy rainfall, and I will be the next day too. The only folks getting more rain than us are the folks up near Baguio. But it looks like on Wednesday we drop down to less rain on our heads. What do I want to know? Kids are out of school today, means they'll probably be out of school tomorrow, and then 50-50 whether they go back on Wednesday. So that's what I deduce from those sites, or the pages on their site. Had a pizza craving today. You know what, man? I could go for some pizza myself. Maybe I'll dispatch Big Pumpkin down there to Shamboli's Pizza. She can get some footage from the bridge to see what's going on. All right. That's our current weather here. Basically just a little bit of sprinkling rain. Let me see if I can get the Facebook thing going here. Mark Zuckerberg's platform can't seem to play a basic video. Oh yeah, looks like I got some new images to share here, coming from the fire department, and I'm not sure what the pertinence of this is, but that's from the fire department, or is that the police? It says from Subic Fire Rescue. I guess they're just picking folks up. Affected by the rain, I guess. I don't know. But there you go. That's from earlier today. I don't think it's still that much flooded right now. That's from earlier today up there in front of the Baltimore. See if that'll play for a minute. Yeah, Gregory, what happened to the donkeys? Yeah, I don't have much of them anymore. Why they don't come around anymore? Like I said, people don't like when I feature them because they can't edit their comments anymore, or they can't delete them. So they don't like that. But also, I'm sure Google and YouTube and the squirrels, man, why won't this thing play? You know, has something to do with it as well, because look, when people come here and they start yakking on me, I'm not special. I'm just one of 100 people that they yak about on a daily basis. A lot of these folks, they come home from a hard day on the grind, sit down on the shitter and just start spewing out hatred while they're taking a dump. I'm not even anything special. I'm just one of 100 channels that don't block them, and they do their drive-by hatred. But yeah, I think a lot of the squirrels are figuring out, if you're a shithead over here and you get banned, well, they're taking care of you. Either way, I just don't get the nastiness that I used to get, and it's definitely welcome here. I'll make a show out of it. Just don't get them. See, Derek says, I'm seriously debating Thailand versus the Philippines. Yeah, just go to both places, live in both places for 2-3 months and make a decision. But just realize that you can't compare these two places. This is my personal opinion. Okay? Some people call the Philippines a developing nation. Thailand is not a developing nation. So there's obviously some major differences. Now, if you wanted to compare the Philippines to Cambodia, okay, it's more of a comparison. But you can't compare the Philippines to Thailand or Cambodia to Thailand. Thailand is not a developing nation. See, Andy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Russ checking in from North Florida. Bubba G, it's all good here, my friend. See, Gregory and Benito's asking about Girly or the girls. I haven't heard from them, but they don't talk to me anyhow. It's Big Pumpkin's former posse, so I don't know what's going on with them. Hope they're doing well over there in Angeles City. Sure they are. I miss listening to them laugh every morning and cut up, cook. Just a funny crew of girls. So I miss that crew. Obviously, everybody misses Girly. She's so, just funny and outgoing, wonderful personality. And obviously beautiful lady to look at too, so we certainly miss her. I'll have to get an update from Big Pumpkin, but when I ask for an update to the village, hey, how's grandma? She good. How's your father? He's okay. That's pretty much my updates. I get tired of asking. Yeah, everybody's got a different opinion, and you just got to go to these places, spend a couple months, and decide what's best for you. That's the best way to do it. All right, let me keeping an eye on fire department's page over here. Keep us updated. Let's refresh the screen here. All this courtesy of the fire department. Not really anything new. We'll keep that up there just to show you we were talking about earlier. When these rivers get filled up, they also bring all kind of debris in the form of branches and trees and trash or whatever. And that water's just rushing so fast with such force, it's just pushing all that stuff up against the bridge, the upstream side of the bridge. And they got to keep that stuff cleared off of there before it becomes a big ass problem. So that's the picture that they're putting up there. Authorities up there clearing all that debris from the upstream side of the bridge. So shout out to everybody doing that. It's a damn tough job and a dirty job, but it's got to be done. Lanes Away is reporting that old Flo 2 hours straight of karaoke. Holy shit. Right, every damn dog in northern Cebu is howling right now. Fucking ears will never be the same. I tell this analogy basically every video, but if you haven't heard it, like living down in her hometown, down in Cebu, they're like Mississippi rednecks. Now look, I'm not calling anybody any names because I'm a Mississippi redneck. Like her family and their mentality and activities are very similar to my redneck family in the backwoods of Mississippi. We're the same. We're just on opposite sides of the globe. What do they like to do? They like to party. They like to drink, stay drunk, barbecue, dance, sing a song, right? And you come up here to Luzon, it's a higher class of rednecks up here. It's like Georgia rednecks. You know what I mean? You'll still hear vidjoki every now and then on the weekends, what have you. But down there, it's every night. People extremely drunk every night. Up here, for the most part during the week, people are going to work, doing what they got to do. They party on Friday night, Saturday night a little bit. But, Mississippi rednecks, it's a difference. Down there, you got 30 roosters you're listening to. Up here, yeah, neighbor's got a rooster. Maybe there's one over there. A different class of rednecks. Anyhow, that's why I understand her family. They're no different than my family. See, Casey says, I've been in Cambodia for 1.5 years. I was in Thailand for 5 months. Cambo is much better for me comparing the two. I have been considering returning to the Philippines, though. Okay, I love Cambo. I love Siem Reap. I've been all over Cambo, but Siem Reap is just the place that I like hanging out. And the good thing about Cambo is that you're right next to Thailand. And what I tell people is if you're backpacking around Southeast Asia and you get sick or injured or need medical care, just get to Thailand and you're going to live. You don't need to get back to Europe or get back to America or back to England or Australia to live. As long as you get to Thailand, you're going to live. Anywhere else, it's questionable. That's another positive about living in Cambo. You know what I mean? You start Breaking Bad, something going wrong, just get me to the border. Benito says she's hurting them ears. Yeah, if there's any dogs in the vicinity, I would tend to agree. Dogs will never be the same. KC says there's something special about them Filipinas that I've been missing. What could it be? That's funny. Could it be the noise level? The noisiness? If y'all just joining me, y'all don't realize my old lady came in here about an hour ago and bitch slapped me on live TV for no reason. Blamed it on a big ass mosquito. And when y'all played the tape back, there was no mosquito. Welcome to my world. Okay, so a couple valid comments here. Gregory says Philippines is close to Guam for medical health. Okay, and I've heard mixed stories about going to Guam. But there you go. Thanks for bringing that up. And then KC says it's not working that way now. The border is razor wire locked down tight. Thank you very much for that update. You know, I'm not there and I haven't been there in a little minute, so I don't, you know, I'm not thinking like that. I'm thinking my perspective that I always know, right? So thanks for bringing that up. Yep, LBFM PBR.
Uy, Marquitos, I'm not joking. We have mosquito.
Ain't nobody saw no mosquito on my head.
We have. It's in here, oh. In here.
Well, you slapped me in the forehead. That's my
I
hairline.
I do like this. That's not doing. It's a mosquito. What do you want? Doing dengue or what?
So now you're gonna claim you saved me from dengue.
You.
How much I owe you for that?
You said you have mosquito. Me, I telling the truth that they have mosquito.
You see that I'm trying to make an award-winning, world-famous weather broadcast here? Now you got people questioning my credentials. Don't you see I'm in uniform for the weather broadcast? I got all these screens up. And you're gonna come in here and mess with me. Yeah, go ahead and close the door all the way. Let me hear a click. What is wrong with this woman? Baby, LBFM PBR. You know what that means? I'll tell you later. Yeah, she ain't got no mosquito spray. She just come in here and slap me for no reason.
What do you want? I killed. You have a lot of mosquito outside me.
Ain't no mosquitoes out there. I just started told me ain't no mosquitoes out there. Ain't no mosquitoes out there. I got the windows wide open. Ain't no mosquitoes. I got a million frogs out there eating them mosquitoes.
They have a lot of mosquitoes.
You see how fat them frogs are? They didn't get fat by not eating the mosquitoes. That woman crazy. She crazy. And where was I? For a minute there, I was dreaming about walking down the streets of Siem Reap. 50-cent draft beers. Next thing you know, Big Pumpkin comes in here and destroys my daydream. Like, oh shit, where am I? Oh, damn. Come back down to reality for a minute. Yeah, PBR. Big shout out to Cheryl. Haven't seen you on here in a while, but Cheryl always comes into the chat and says, LBFM on station. My reply is PBR. Yeah. Make her the weather girl. What I want her to do is go stand out there in the middle of the frog pond. I want her to stand right there in the middle. Okay? Like right, hold on, let me get my finger up here. Like right there. Hold on, right there. Right there in the middle of the frog pond and do a weather broadcast. That would be wonderful. When it's coming, the worst rainfall, I want her standing out there knee deep in frogs and do a weather report. I would love it. She ain't gonna do it though. Yeah, she claims she saved my life. Oi, that's what she said. Saved me from malaria. I'll hear that shit for the rest of the day. Saved me from malaria and dengue fever. No, all she did was come in here and bitch slap me. Use that damn mosquito as an excuse. Ain't no mosquitoes, but every now and then I do have a fly going in my coffee. Why? Because she lost the lid to my Yeti cups. My Yeti cup. I can't find the lid. She lost the lid to my Yeti cup, the drain plug to my cooler. So every now and then I take a drink and there's something buzzing in my mouth. It's a damn fly that swam into my coffee. Oh, by the way, a year or 2 years ago, she destroyed my Yeti coffee mug. And the reason the coffee mug is so great is it's wide. It's got a wide base. It don't tip over on your computer keyboard. The big tall Yeti cup, it could fall over, but this thing ain't gonna fall over. So I had a Yeti cup like this, and she filled it up, put it in the freezer to make ice. So to get the ice out, she's stabbing it with my Gerber strong arm and ends up putting a hole. There's a whole video series about it. She put a hole in between the layers of insulation. You know what I'm talking about? The vacuum seal or whatever. So I'm sitting there drinking out of that damn thing, and then I hear, after I took the last sip, I hear water in there. So there was water that got in between the walls, probably in there growing all kind of mold and bacteria, and I'm drinking out of that damn thing because she put a hole in it with my Gerber strong arm. Filipinos will destroy your kitchen equipment. Trust me, they will. Unless you keep your kitchen equipment under lock and key, they're going to destroy it. All right, let me refresh the screen here. Doing a weather report, folks. This southwest monsoon, the Habagat, it just sits there and drops rain on our head. Don't seem like it wants to go nowhere. It don't want to play out. It just keeps dumping rain. All right, let's see. Gregory says, so many mosquitoes in Las Cruces. Can't even go outside when the sun goes down. My goodness. Yeah, like I said, we've lived places and at times where mosquitoes have been pretty bad. And again, that's one of the reasons that if you have an air con running down as low as it'll go and a couple fans, you don't wake up with a bunch of mosquito bites. We don't have an air con here. We just have a couple of fans, and knock on wood, so far, haven't been a huge problem. All right, I got 178 thumbs ups, 2 thumbs downs. I want to thank y'all very much for joining me on this show. There's a look out the front right there. As you can tell, the winds are calm. No problem with the wind. Yesterday we did have some pretty nasty wind gusts though. That actually, I don't know if you can see it. I'll have to. The vegetation to the left, it blew all that stuff down. I'd have to pan over to the left, but the wind was so bad it just took some of those plants out. They're all just laid over into the frog pond. Let's see, Donald, how you doing? Filipino and American Love, how are you? I understand the cup lid's missing, but I also can't understand why every remote control has no battery cover on them. The first time they change the batteries, the back never finds its way back on. Isn't that one of those mysteries of life that we would like to know the answer to? He's not lying either. Okay? Now, this one's intact, but most everywhere you go, the battery cover to the remote is missing, and it's either got some electrical tape or it's just open with the batteries, and that's the question. What happened to the battery cover of the damn remote? It's one of those things that's never meant to be understood, like quantum physics. Australian guy, how you doing? Jethro says good weather today and tonight in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in western central Pennsylvania. And with that, let me give you a listen and a look at the rain coming down now. Okay, my friends. Alright, I'm back. Back like a bad dream. Up on your screen there's some earlier put out by the fire department while they're doing some clearing operations right there. All the debris floating down the river gets pushed up against the bridges right there, or the bridge. Had to take a short break, check on everybody. They're just in there chilling. Forrest G. Maria doing crafts. The ladies are being Facebook zombies. Come back up through your comments here. Yeah, Jethro says you might consider getting some ducks. Yeah, I could put some ducks in there. They would love it. And just like that, the video don't want to play. I think it's because I'm not logged in. Zuckerberg trying to make me log in. See, Casey says mosquitoes are a problem if you live near the rice field or squatter area. Put old tires on the roofs to hold the sheet metal down in the typhoons. Guapong says that was a good sound for a nap. Paul says only 108 degrees here today in the desert. It's nice and cool here. And Anita, how are you? See, it looks like raining hard. Also there in Quezon province, the same rainy weather. Donald says stay safe. Yeah, just rainy weather. That's what we've been going through for, 10 days now. Again, the kids didn't go to school not one day last week. They're out today. I suspect they'll be out tomorrow and probably Wednesday if I had to guess. You know, it'll act like it's gonna calm down and then it just come a flood on you. So again, y'all saw the big things, the walking conditions, right? Let me see if I can get this to pull back up some video here from earlier. If you're just joining me, this is courtesy of Subic Fire Rescue. But here in the PI, everybody don't have a car. We don't have a car. You do a lot of walking. If you jump the Jeep's gonna pull up in front of the Walmart there. You're gonna jump in the back of the Jeep. Well, guess what? With that standing water, you're going to be walking through water that deep just to get in the back of the Jeep. Obviously not very convenient. So it certainly impacts everybody trying to walk around and get to where they're going. Imagine if the kids had to go to school today, for example. A lot of kids here, they walk to school, or they walk a portion of the way to school, or they get to school on the back of a motorbike. I take my daughter to school on nice days. So everybody, for example, if they had to go to school today, they would arrive at school soaking wet. Shoes and socks soaking wet. Now a lot of them, what they do, wear rubber boots to school, then change into your school shoes. But you see the challenges here versus like in America, where you might get a little bit wet running out to the bus, But a lot different here. If they don't cancel the school on a rainy day like this with standing water, every child's going to show up, been wading through water like that. So it's better to not have them try to go to school and wade through those floodwaters. Okay, Gregory asked a good question. Do they have online classes when there's no school? Well, yeah, I just tell you, last year, when the kids went to the private school, the answer is yes. Anytime the school got canceled or called off, they just switched over to online classes because they have that technology and that's how they handle business. In the public schools, the answer is mostly no. They don't have that technology, the money, the capability, nor do a lot of the students. What they'll do is just send out assignments over the parents are in a Facebook group chat. The teacher will just send some homework assignments or something to do over that. So it just depends on what school your child goes to. But in my experience, for the most part, public schools, no. Absolutely not. The technology is not there, and the children don't have the technology at home for the most part. But private schools, yes. David says he had to walk barefoot uphill both ways in the snow, through fire and fight off lines to get to school. Yep, a Big Pumpkin, from the village, the kids who live in the village now, they got to walk a good piece to get to school, whether it's raining or not. So Big Pumpkin used to walk a good ways to school and back, even if it was coming to rain, back when she went to school. But Big Pumpkin had a policy. She's shy. So she had a policy that went something like this. If she had to do a presentation in class where she had to stand up in front of the class and give a presentation, she just didn't go to school. She would skip. Wait till the next day, next time. Let's see, DeMarcus, how you doing? Put a red clown nose on to enhance your views. I tell you, man, I'm going to do it. I just got to find one. I don't got one. If I had one, I'd be wearing it right now. See if it helped out with the views. But I got to get my hands on one. Maybe I get the glasses with the fake nose and the eyebrows and stuff, Get me some of them redneck teeth. What do they call them? I'm all for it. Anything for your entertainment and viewing pleasure, if it makes it better. And just like that, here we go. Rain kind of quieted down again. I got a rooster crowing. Let's take a look out the front. See, wind's at about a 0, according to the mango leaves. There you go. So maybe the rain will slack off a little bit, allow all the levels to go down, slow down. But according to the rainfall outlook, it doesn't look like it's going to go down like that. Sir Dino, how are you? Last time I spoke to them, they're doing well. Haven't talked to them in a little bit. Need to call and check on them. Everybody certainly misses them. Sitting there yesterday, sort of going through some older videos, what have you. As much as the lockdown and the concept itself was horrible, we made the best of it. Made the best out of that situation. Took lemons and made lemonade. Let's see, Gregory's asking, is Thailand overall more expensive? No and yes. Rent, electricity, food, everything's less expensive over there. Unless you factor in labor, then it's a lot more expensive over there. If you're the type of guy that needs a yaya, a maid, a driver, or whatever, okay, you move here. If you don't need any of that, then you go over there. Everything else is cheaper. See, DeMarcus says, we've been watching since the beginning, just giving you some crap. We love your channel. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate you tuning in. But if I find a red clown nose, I'm going to wear it. Make somebody laugh. It'll make me laugh. You know, if I didn't have that balcony, I truly would have went, I would have definitely lost it during that time. That balcony saved my ass. You know, I know everybody in America has a perception of what the lockdown was. It was a very short period of time. Over here, it was brutal. That balcony is what saved my sanity. And the cameras and interacting with you fine folks out there. Had I not had that balcony, man, I don't know what I would have done. Would have went absolute, just batshit crazy. That balcony is what saved me. Being able to go outside, look up at the sky, drink, hoop and holler, vent. What a crazy time. Just a crazy era. And then here we are 6 years later. And we got Fauci to the fifth parrot. With the saga still continuing. Dealing with this old dude, 85 years old. You know, the one... well, what's his name? The former mafia guy. It's up on YouTube. Francis. I saw a thumbnail where he was talking, where the thumbnail says something like Don Fauci. And I just hit play for like 20 seconds, and he was talking about how it's too dangerous to give one man that much power. I'm going to sit down and watch his show to see what he has to say. That's all I saw. I just saw the thumbnail, had a picture of Fauci, Don Fauci, and that's how he started out, talking about you shouldn't give one person that much power, because that's what happens. Yeah, that balcony saved my life during that time period. Go out during the day, get some sunshine, work on my tan, barbecue at night. Forrest G had a place to run around and play. If we had been stuck inside that little apartment without that balcony, we would have all went crazy. And I know a lot of people were in that situation during that time frame. I don't know how they handled it. But that balcony saved my sanity. Alright, let's see. Pull up some more pictures here if you're just joining us. Those pictures are courtesy of the fire department right there, taken earlier. They're out and about. Make sure everybody's safe, clearing the roads, clearing the debris from the river up against the bridge there. Because that water level again in that river, it basically gets up to the same height of the bridge. I mean, if there's an inch, you can't see it, and it just keeps dumping that debris, pushing up against the bridge. They got to get over there and clear it out. Just some of the images from earlier today. See if they got anything new here. Something about a health advisory. There was a road that was closed earlier. Now the road is back open. And again, having problems with the video playing. Mark Zuckerberg, shit platform, can't even play a little video. No, we still haven't had the chicken feet eating competition. I just got to get all my contenders on the same sheet of music. You know, it's going to be Big Pumpkin versus Janice versus John Paul. 3 heavyweights in the heavyweight division of the chicken feet eating contest. Yeah, that blonde chick in the background sitting behind Ron Paul, she apparently works for Ron Paul. She was easy on the eyes, you know, for a white chick. But you know what the old saying is, no matter how beautiful a woman is, there's some dude somewhere who's tired of her bullshit. Well, they did a lot of work. I don't even know if they're finished, but they did a lot of work on the Mata Inn River. You know, a couple months ago, we were walking past there, and they had a excavator out there. It almost sprayed a bunch of damn shit water up on us when we were on the bridge. So they've done a lot of work on the river and on the, you know, cleaning it out. Sardino says, what happened to the singing contest in AC? Man, should have never stopped doing that. What a great time. That was just some good, clean fun. Those live videoke contests. It was a pain in the ass getting all my gear. And look, I'm not complaining, I'm just telling you. It was a pain in the butt getting all my stuff there, getting it set up, breaking it down, bringing it back. And then, you know, halfway through the show, I was drunk as hell. And you're trying to operate this equipment and make sure everything's up and running. The audio's all fucked up. Why? Because we're all drunk. It was a great time. But if I were to do that again, I need a young buck to run all the technical equipment, where I can just be the host and drink and have a great time. I was trying to do it all. Captain Ron helped me out a lot, but I was just trying to wear too many hats, and the production wasn't going to win any awards. So I'd love to go back to doing that, but I need a young buck or 2 bucks, a production crew where I can just sit there with my drink and the microphone and be the master of ceremonies. But again, what a great time. Just good, clean fun. Vidjoki contest. Yeah, Lane's away. I saw that picture where Fauci's wife flipped off the cameraman. See, J77917, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, whatever they did a lot of work on the river over there. And again, they were still had a excavator digging that thing out. They've done a lot of work. But yeah, typically ongoing maintenance. You know, a lot of places here, for example, an escalator. Once the escalator breaks, it becomes stairs. Even on new buildings. Rome wasn't built in a day. Let's check the rain right there in the Frog Pond, which is becoming Frog Lake. And let me see if I can pull up the news and see if there's anything new in the news. Okay, so let's go back over here. I got my old man glasses on now. 8 deaths, 223,000 families affected by adverse weather, according to the news. 52 schools being used as evacuation centers. Let's see. Philippine National Police intensifies its evacuation efforts as the Habagat rains persist. So, you can see with those images there. I mean, there's a lot of places here that people have to be evacuated from. Okay, but again, all I can tell you for a fact is what's going on in my world, and we're fine here. We're high and dry here in the crib, all quiet here in the village. Everybody's just hunkered down, ain't going nowhere, ain't doing nothing. But we're not getting flooded out like a lot of these images that you're seeing. And some of these folks, unfortunately, their house is in a low-lying area, and every time it floods, this is the routine they have to go through. And again, my heart goes out to them. We've seen it. I mean, hell, all I got to do is drive down the road. I could see it today, but our neighbors before, we were up on high ground. The road would flood, but their place was on the same level as the road. And we would be sitting there high and dry looking across the road, and they got this much water in their living room. And that was their routine. Every time it flooded, your heart goes out to them, but what can you do? Alright, let me go around the horn here. Looks like I got 195 thumbs ups. I want to thank you very much for that. Got 3 thumbs downs. So, couple more, and I should be over the 200 mark. Wow, thank y'all very much. That certainly helps out with them old Google squirrels who control everything about this game. We take a look at YouTube here. Looks like we got 117 folks still joining us. Thank y'all very much. It looks like the rain's picking up a little bit. Just what it does all day long. Rain, no rain, rain, no rain. It just don't end. Just keep rising the level of my frog pond out there. What can I do? Big Pumpkin says she's not interested in eating them frogs. I wish she would. I really would love for her just to stand out in the middle of the frog pond and do her weather report. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. Let me put that video back up there from earlier today right there. Sawmill area. Boom! Broke the 200 thumbs ups barrier. Thank y'all very much for smashing that like button, hitting that like button. Thank you very much for all that. Man, them Google squirrels, they're some kind of happy now. They love them thumbs ups. Yeah, Guapong's talking about the chicken feet eating contest. Yeah, chicken feet mukbang. I didn't know what mukbang meant. I thought it was a food. Till recently, I figured out that it's where a host does a live broadcast while eating a large amount of food and talking to the audience. It's called a mukbang. Okay, again, shout out to everybody at Subic Fire and Rescue, keeping us safe out there. I've been using their clips here to show you what's going on. This is from earlier today in front of the Walter Mart. Not a big deal unless you're walking. If you're a pedestrian, it is a damn big deal because you got to walk through that mess to get from point A to point B. And so earlier, the fire department was out there with a boat. They had a little boat taking folks across the road there so they didn't have to walk through that mess. That's what I keep telling Big Pumpkin. Hey, the frogs taste just like chicken. She's not interested. She's not interested in eating the frogs. I wish she was, because she's got plenty of frogs out there to eat. Plenty. It's been raining so hard, like I said, it's been raining so hard the past few nights. The frogs haven't been noisy like they normally are. But that rain dies down. Those frogs are so damn noisy. You can't, nobody sleep. Yeah, she can make frog adobo. I'll have to ask her if Grandma ever eat the frogs. Maybe Grandma and Tai. I'll have to ask. Well, you know, the younger generation, they don't eat all the things that the older generations do. You know, Big Pumpkin is not interested in eating goat either. Grew up around goats, but she's not interested in eating a goat. She don't even want to hold a sack of goat meat or goat stew. She don't want nothing to do with a goat. Take a look out the front, see what's happening. Not much of nothing. Just calm winds. Forest G getting a little noisy over there. Ladies must be stressing them out. Alright, let's look at that. Let me see what else I can pull up here. Fighting with this Facebook page. It just won't keep showing me what I want to see. Have to figure out how to log in, I reckon. Alright, so I just put that picture up there. There you go. Picture says 1,000 words. That's it right there. So again, the water's not that deep. It's not like they got to swim, but it's knee deep. When you got to walk through knee deep water, you know, to get to work or to get to school or what have you, and show up there. Shoes, socks, pants wet. I mean, you know, come on. What's your quality of life for the rest of the day? It's just a pain in the ass. Again, everybody's not getting dropped off underneath the cover from their husband driving the Suburban. You know, it doesn't work like that here. Most folks, how do they get to work? Jeepney gonna pull over on the side of the road. Now they gotta walk into the building or a couple blocks over. See, Canezilla, how are you? Had a buffalo steak yesterday, very good. I'm sitting here trying to think of what I have for breakfast, and now it come back to me. Nothing. I haven't had anything to eat. Now, Big Pumpkin went in there and made a breakfast, and they were in there eating sardines and rice and carrying on. I don't know what all. What did I get for breakfast? I got a Paso Lubong slap across my forehead, and she claimed it was a mosquito. I guess I'm sitting here dreaming about a tuna sandwich. I've been eating tuna sandwiches every day for a while now. But man, they're delicious. Well, that's what I should do is go out there and gig a few of them frogs. I don't even have to gig them. You just wait till at night and they're all over the carport eating the bugs. I should go out there and get about half a dozen of them frogs and grill them up, see what she thinks. Yeah, a lot of these smaller stores, like places in Thailand or what have you, on the same level as the road. Yeah, a lot of them, they just get flooded out. When the water goes down, they gotta sweep all that water out. And when cars come by, this ain't rocket science, right? But you're sitting there in your flooded out shop trying to put your merchandise up on tables or whatever, and here come a damn car coming through there 20 miles an hour making waves and just putting more water in your shop. I've seen that shit too, and you're like, man, just slow down. My gosh, these people got it hard enough as it is. Here you come down through there 20, 30 miles an hour making small tidal waves into their shop, screwing them up even more. But I mean, it's just one of them things. I mean, you gotta pay attention to what you're gonna rent or what you're gonna buy or how and where you're gonna build if you don't want to deal with this on a routine basis, especially during the rainy season. Some folks don't have that choice or didn't have that choice, and they're stuck with where they live or where their business is. But I'm very particular about it. Anthony checking in from Australia. Hope you're doing well. Hope the weather there is doing well. And speaking of weather, just like that, look at that. Just back to doing absolutely nothing. And that's when you start thinking, you're like, all right, everybody saddle up. Let's go to the market or let's go here. And by the time the trike gets here, it'll be coming a monsoon again. But the best time to go is the afternoon. You know what I mean? Like right around now, what have you. Skies are looking pretty good. Rain has stopped. If we're gonna run the gauntlet, now's the time to do it. Lanes away. We'll see you on the next one, my friend. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for the thumbs up. I certainly appreciate you. Got one rooster out in the background. All right, let's see. Just check on the news here, see if there's any updates. Again, I gotta put my old man glasses on. So they're reporting 8 deaths and about 250,000 families affected by the adverse weather. That's the latest news coming straight out of the Philippine News Agency. See if the fire department's put out anything new. Just go ahead and hit refresh on the screen there. There's a health advisory, but you know what? It's in Tagalog, and I don't know what it means. I would call Big Pumpkin in here to translate, but I'll just save myself the trouble. I'll just save myself the trouble on that one. I think the best health advisories we were discussing early is if you don't have to go out into the floodwaters, especially if you're an old ass foreign guy, old ass canoe like myself, don't be walking around in the floodwaters due to the leptospirosis threat. Okay, it's real. A lot of the locals end up with it here. It'll overflow some of the hospitals where they got to open up gymnasiums or schools to treat people affected by leptospirosis. Again, it's transmitted by affected animals, rat piss, what have you, and then when it starts flooding, it's everywhere, and that's what you're walking through. So if the locals in an area, if it affects them when they've grown up in this environment, it's not smart for the old foreign dude to be walking around in these floodwaters. Okay, it's just not. Your immune system is not as strong as somebody who's grown up around it, and the fact that we're older makes it's harder for us to recover. You're just gonna have to start munching doxycyclines and hope that clears it up. Bert says South Korea in 1990 was the worst monsoon for real. Let's see, XM Vibes, how are you? Yeah, I mean we're just ready. I'm just ready to get out of the house. You know what I mean? And I know I'm not complaining, because there's other folks that their houses are destroyed. There's landslides. A lot of folks around the country have really been impacted by this. But I can only speak for our perspective. We're just ready for some sunny weather. Kids are ready to go back to school, going stir crazy, sitting here in the house. Again, we're high and dry and safe, and it's a wonderful thing. But, small kids are bouncing off the walls. Matter of fact, I tried to take these kids for a walk when there's a true lull in the action, get some energy out of them. But then again, anywhere I try to take them, we're going to be walking through the water that I just cautioned you about. So it doesn't make sense. Then you back off and say, just keep everybody home. Let them bounce off the walls. Yeah, and that's why if you are going to live through these rainy seasons, really, it's worth the investment to get the rubber boots. You can get cheap ones at the market, or cheap ones, places like Ata, what have you. But I got a really good quality pair at Ace Hardware, and they weren't absolutely ridiculous on the price. They were reasonably priced, and they were just a champion. They're real tall, great quality, kept my feet 100% dry until they fell off of that trike in that big box, and the trike driver found all our shoes. But the best thing to do is to buy everybody good quality rubber boots, and we may end up doing that. That's what we had to do last time. Let's see. TSM Gerald, how are you? Checking in from Guam. Hope you're doing well over there. Hope everything's recovered over there from, what was the last storm that rolled through? I cover so many, I can't remember the name. The last one raked right over the top of Saipan, I believe it was, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Clad. Yeah, back when I was a kid, man, skim boards. I had a skim board. Had that thing all painted up, had wax on it. It started raining, we were skim boarding. Those are the good old days. Life was so much simpler back then. Yeah, and that's the other reason why I was gonna get up this morning, like I said, and just snap the old action cam on the motorcycle, go for a ride, get some footage. And not that I would go more than 5 miles an hour. That wasn't really what discouraged me. I'm like, you know what? Every time I got to stop and put my feet down in that mess, I'm sitting here running the risk of catching something that I'm cautioning everybody about. I said, forget that. I'm not going out for a ride. Again, if I had my nice set of rubber boots, I would. I'd go on the bike right now, take y'all for a ride. But I ain't got no rubber boots right now, so I ain't leaving the house. On a side note, I binge watched that Southland, that LAPD cop show from like back in 2013. You know, it's just one of those things. Just hit play on it the other day. Had to binge watch it. Finished it up. What a great series. I mean, a wonderful series. Finished it up last night. Big Pumpkin passed out. She couldn't stay up for the last episode or two. I finished it. Oh, Benito Ruiz coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate you. Had a little bit of rainfall coming down there, so I figured I'd kick on the old stereo microphone. I'm not sure if the audio is just too much and all you hear is noise, or if you can hear the rain clearly. It's a really good stereo microphone by Sennheiser. But again, it's so loud, sometimes it just overwhelms any microphone that I put up there. Let's see, Baltazar, how are you? Yeah, there you go. Them frogs, that's all they do. All they do all night is sit there and eat bugs and mosquitoes. They just come out at night onto the carport, eat bugs all night, and then in the morning they disappear somewhere. Don't know where they go, what they do, where they hide. Never see them during the day. But they just sit out and eat bugs all night long. So they're part of why we don't have a lot of bugs here. What? Dude, do you see me here? Do you see me here doing a world famous, award-winning travel show? Oh man, this old girl is nice and comfortable. Maybe. Yeah, that feels good on my back there.
I don't know. What? Only sardines available para to.
What do you mean only available? Sardines are the only thing available.
Oh, look, did you see it in there?
Okay, well, since you're the one who bought those sardines, and they're supposed to be my emergency typhoon stash.
They have noodles there, beef noodles. You want?
Yeah, I'll take some beef noodles. How about a couple boiled eggs too, since you offered me zero food for breakfast?
What's in that instant noodles?
Huh?
Okay.
I'll take the beef noodles and 2 boiled eggs.
Okay.
Make everybody some boiled eggs. Some eggs are getting old anyhow. Easy, baby. You'll see how rough she is on me. Hey, Felton, how you doing, my friend? Now, she's the one over here rating my typhoon emergency rations. Now, it is inclement weather, so that's what the purpose is. But she's complaining about the sardines when she's the one who bought the sardines. Oh, by the way, Filipinos love sardines. And she's going to come in here and complain to my live broadcast. Hey, Susan, how you doing? 115 degrees in Las Vegas. My goodness. Yes, par for the course over here. Flooding over here, par for the course. I'll split the screen there. Take a look at my frog pond, which is now becoming Frog Lake. Yeah, Benito, she has not offered me a tuna fish sandwich today. She hasn't offered me anything today. but that's par for the course, just like this rain is during the rainy season. Bert's got a $200 electric bill in America. Man, that's rough. I've watched a little bit of Landman. Might get a little noisy here. I've watched a little bit of Landman. What was that on? Paramount? Maybe we had Paramount for a month or two. Let's see. Filipino American Love says we have a lot of big toads around the house here at night eating the bugs. But the bullfrogs stay down at our pond and they're very noisy at night. Yeah, that's my experience here. They come out at night, eat the heck out of the bugs, but man, they will keep you awake at night. They are so loud. What can you do? But with this heavy rain here, this heavy rain has kept them quiet though. Of course, the rain's noisy as hell, but the hard rain, I don't know where they go, but they're not being noisy when the rain's beating down on their head. Bert spent $250 at Walmart. According to my buddy, that won't even fill up half a cart these days. Let's see, friend checking in from Hawaii. Aloha, my friend. How are you? Yeah, getting a real good exchange rate here in the PI. So folks, if you're just joining me, you're looking at my frog pond out back, which is turned into Frog Lake. Getting a little bit of rain going on here. Overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. Yesterday morning had some pretty nasty wind gusts, but today, not a big deal on the wind. It's just raining. Yeah, Big Pumpkin has been making me some really good tuna sandwiches. Need some sweet relish. I'll turn that microphone on there for a second. Let you hear the rain coming down. Donald says thunderstorm and rain in Glendale, Arizona right now. Just thought I'd turn that microphone on there for a minute. Let you hear what's going on. Yeah, 63 might be a little bit too high. Not exactly sure what it is today. Sky Red, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Well, we got plenty of rain here. We got plenty of rain. If anybody wants some rain, we'll gladly send it your way. The rains have filled up the rivers. The grass is green. The frogs got plenty of water in the pond. Anybody who wants some rain, we got plenty to send you. I'm just looking at some images here, courtesy of the fire department. They were out there clearing debris from the river, which had accumulated up against the bridge. That's what they got to do. So, like I said, the rain will subside, and it'll make you think that it's gonna calm down and move on, and here it comes again. It just don't move on. This habagat, I always say that improperly. The habagat, the southwest monsoon. And I'll show you right here. Okay, right there. This rain system just seems to linger. It just don't seem to go nowhere. If I were to zoom out, let's see. Let me zoom out here. Show you what's going on. There's a typhoon up there just crashed into China, but that's not what's causing all our problems. This is southwest monsoon. Okay, hold on, I'm hitting the wrong button there. Zoom back in. There we go. It just sits right there, keeps dumping rain on our heads. And David's reporting thunderstorms off and on there in Chicago. Yeah, it's definitely sky red. Yeah, it's definitely got something to do with the mountains and the bay. I'm not a professional meteorologist, but yeah, it's something to do with the water, the mountains, what have you. But every year that I've been here in this region during the rainy season, it's just extreme compared to a lot of other places. Gregory says some of the big lakes in New Mexico are drying up. So sad. Well, we just need to send them some of the rain over there and fill them up. Yeah, Maria like celebrates every time. No school today. She's celebrating because she just does crafts most of the day. Just drawing, doing her craft. She's making the best of it. But, dealing with kids, especially small kids, they need that routine. They need to get up and have to go to school and sit at school all day. We all need that interaction, but especially with the small kids, just part of energy management. Got to get them out of the house. They sit in the house all day, they just start bouncing off the walls. Sky Red said, walked outside and the temp was 126 degrees. Took my breath away. I don't know exactly what the temperature is now. I guess I could look and pull it up, but it is so cool here now. I'm sitting here in a pair of jeans, this shirt, and I got the sleeves cut out of it. Why? Because I make this look good. You know what I mean? Because I always keep asking Big Pumpkin if she got her tickets to the gun show, baby. Yeah, the point of the story is, it's so cool here. I got a fan in here. It's on low. I don't really need it. Damn sure don't need an air conditioner right now. At night, it's so cold, don't need nothing. And, when you're used to the balls hot weather here, it's nice. It's nice to have some cool weather, to be able to put a decent shirt on and not sweat. You know what I mean? A lot of the uniforms over here are what? Tank top, flip-flops with the equivalent of a bathing suit. Dressed like a damn bum. Why? Because it's hot. I miss being able to dress up with some fashion, but you can't do it with the hot weather. See if they've got anything new here. Just been looking at the fire department site. They've been riding around, make sure everybody's safe, what have you. Took some clips. See, when was that posted there? Is that a new clip? Again, shout out to, oh yeah, that's 15 minutes ago. Okay, so there you go. So we got some updated footage coming here. All right, at Walmart, passable for all types of vehicles. Keep safe. Okay, so there you go. So I've been showing you footage from this morning where all that area was flooded. And as of 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, what have you, now all the water has subsided. And, you know, if you're out on foot, walking around, what have you, now you're back to normal. You can walk across the road, yeah, on and off the jeepney, no big issue. So I'm glad that they just put that footage out there, because I've been showing the doom and gloom footage, but that's all I had to go off of. But now everything's okay. And that's just a sort of a representation of what life is like, either living in Angeles or living over here on Subic Bay. It's going to pour rain. The streets are going to flood a little bit, and your feet are going to get wet if you go out. What's the good news is, we typically don't see tornadoes, roofs getting ripped off, landslides, all of that stuff that other areas see, or if you're living in America in Tornado Alley, that you're going to see. So when you say the word safe, I personally feel inherently safe living on Subic Bay. Same way in Angeles City. You know, if you're up in the mountains, what are you worried about? Landslides, stuff like that. For the most part here, the rains and the flooding is just more of an inconvenience, and school cancellations, stuff like that. But there you go. I'll play it again. There's an updated look at where we've been looking at, and also the image on the thumbnail. So if you've been out at 5 o'clock this morning, you're wading across there knee deep. Now we're good to go again. So exact same footage from earlier, or footage of the exact same area from earlier. Gregory says, do they still have wild monkeys in the Subic QB Point base? Lots of jungle out there. Yes. I got some footage here on the channel when we were over in that area. Over that way, yes. Got troops of monkeys. But over here where we're at, never seen one out in the wild. But you go over there on SBMA, out that way, yep. You know, we drove by one day, pretty nice house, and there's just like 30 monkeys there, just hanging out on top of the trash cans, on top of the car, in the carport. And you don't realize like how scary that is. Now imagine going outside your house, take a bag of trash out at 1 in the morning, and there's 30 monkeys in your carport. Yeah, it's I guess I was sitting there in Thailand, just sitting in the yard one day, and all of a sudden this big ass what do you call them, macaque? I'm not an expert, but this big ass monkey come walking across the top of the fence, and as it walked past, it stopped and just looked at me. And some of them are big. This thing was huge. It scared the shit out of me. It's just something you're not expecting, right? And that was just one. But I've been over in SBMA, and we saw 30 at this house, and we're like, oh my gosh. It scared the shit out of you to go outside at night and just take a bag of trash out. All right, Papa Smurf says Ben Jones, aka Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard, just passed away. Man, I hate to hear that. I hate to hear that. But you know what? We're getting to that age where all the legends are starting to go down. Damon Wilson, Lamont from Sanford and Son, recently passed away. So did Officer Smitty. So we just lost 2 characters from Sanford and Son. Lost Cooter from Dukes of Hazzard. It's just getting to that point of life. Let's see, Steve says there's some stuff going on with Taiwan. We were talking about that yesterday. Big Pumpkin is coming in here. Hold on, Big Pumpkin. Come here and show everybody what you done brought me. Come here. What is this? Look at here, folks. She's brought me a bowl of noodles. Baby, this does not look like 2 complete boiled eggs. It looks like 1.5. Did you eat half of my boiled egg? Well, it doesn't look like the second egg is complete. It cracked. Well, these are beef noodles. Piping hot. Look at that. Look at that. It's only lunchtime before she brings me the first morsel of nutrition. Look at that. Better than nothing. You know what? I'll put it over here on the shelf. Hopefully it don't steam up my humidor there. Back over to your comments. Yeah, Big Pumpkin, Mother of the Year. Never gonna make Wife of the Year or Girlfriend of the Year. Yeah, Donald says they can be aggressive. I countered that in '88, taking out the trash from our Quonset hut. And she probably ate half of that egg just to check to see if it was done. That's her reasoning, at least. Can't complain. I got something to eat now. That's 100% better than I was doing 5 minutes ago. Clay says slurp that ramen up before it gets too soggy. I gotta let it cool off a little bit first. JW's Dream, how you doing, my friend? Checking in from Southeast Alabama. All good here. You know, been raining, but take a look at the frog pine. Now the rain has stopped. 0 wind. There you go. That's current weather conditions. Maybe a 1 km/h wind going on. That's just what happens. You just raining cats and dogs to sprinkling to nothing. And then again, this is a more recent video of up by the Walmart. The water seems to have subsided. Everything's back to normal. But this morning, they had a boat taking people across the road, so they didn't have to wade through the water. Yeah, if you can avoid it, you don't want to live in areas where there's troops of monkeys roaming by the hundreds. Yeah, I think she ate half that egg. She's not going to admit it, though. Think about when Big Pumpkin cooks, she's constantly eating anyhow. By the time she gets done cooking, she's already ate a meal. But hey, that's her. What can you do? Alright, so let me see. Somebody said, get my old man glasses on. Switch over to Fred Sanford mode. You know, I was talking yesterday how I got half my tabs pulled up for Iran, a series of tabs. Then the other tabs are for just here in the Philippines. So let me just pull up my tabs. Breaking news from Al Jazeera. Trump says the U.S. is only semi-negotiating with Iran. I told the guy, stop using the word deal and the word Iran in the same sentence or paragraph. Because when you do, you sound very foolish at this point. Stop doing that. Iran hardens Hormuz stance as Trump bets on economic pressure. Doesn't sound like anybody wants to cooperate or make any kind of deals. We were discussing Taiwan, so let me see what the latest on Taiwan is. Taiwan news. Yeah, it looks like just the same old. Same old. And here's some big news here. All right, this might be worth putting up here. Let me slide my tabs over here. Okay, let's put this on the screen. So Jollibee opens the first compost coffee branch in the Philippines. The restaurant group expands into the country's growing coffee retail market, following its majority acquisition of the South Korean beverage brand. So now Jollibee is going to take over the coffee business. First I heard of that. Let's see, up in your face, how are you? Got a good nap while that rainstorm was raging. Now I won't be able to fall back to sleep. And Gregory, thank you very much. Constantly trying to work and make the audio sound better. It's always the challenge. That back up on the screen. Again, the waters are subsiding right now. Sort of a lull in the action. But according to Pagasa, we got the same rainfall forecast going on for tomorrow. But right now, everything's good to go. Alright, so Around the Horn, 215 thumbs ups. Been live for about 4 hours and 17 minutes. Everything's operating in the green. I'll tell you folks, I'm getting pretty good at setting this equipment up and getting it up and running, getting everything up, getting the right microphones on. Repetition doing this every day, now it's sort of routine, but if I stop doing it for like 2 weeks, I forget all the steps and I mess stuff up. So it's much better if Old Single Dad goes live every day, at least for an hour, just to keep the routine in place of pushing all the right buttons. I mean, I'm still up and running on Kick, still up and running on Twitch. Small miracle that I pull all this stuff off. But with anything you do, repetition, you get better at it. It becomes more routine and not as difficult. These noodles here. Let me get a taster on these noodles. This might be the mukbang portion of the show, where the host eats a large amount of food while talking to an audience. I don't know how that's really supposed to work, because you're supposed to chew with your mouth closed, not be talking to an audience while you're eating a large amount of food. This is still too hot anyhow. I gotta let that cool. I can't do no mukbang, burn my lips. I gotta tell Big Pumpkin, next time you serve that up, appropriate temperature, trying to burn my lips. My gosh, come out of the show with a busted forehead, messed up back and burnt lips. Due to Big Pumpkin's being too rough. Benito says the rain cleans up, makes things look better. Hey, there you go. Everything's nice and clean now. The streets look wonderful. Look at them shine. But again, rainy season, Philippines, Southeast Asia, is just par for the course. No different than living in Miami. Summertime, raining every afternoon for a couple hours, streets flood for a little bit. You just gotta wait for everything to subside. Everything's wonderful. Cools things off. So a lot like living down in South Florida, in my personal experience, in my opinion. Look at there. Ain't got no rain coming down now. None. All right, let me go around the horn one more time on the news here. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see. Quezon City response teams on alert as 5,900 people evacuated due to the Habagat. Habagat rains persist. Okay, so what do we got here? That's an interesting picture. Let's focus on this for a second. Designated shelters. The multi-purpose gymnasium of Barangay Roxas in Quezon City as of 10 a.m. on Monday the 10th. So this is a recent photo. 1,643 families have been evacuated to designated shelters amid persistent rains caused by the enhanced, we're using that word enhanced, they like to use that word here, southwest monsoon or Habagat. Now, what are those? Those orange things are like pop-up cubicles, I guess for a little privacy. Maybe not a bad idea if that's what they are. Let's see, a little bit of Tagalog going on there. Okay, so just some of the stats about the folks that they're evacuating. There you go, some type of like little pop-up cubicle set up there. Makes sense, you know, you're in a big shelter, the gymnasium, now you got a little bit of privacy. Donald says the PI looks so much nicer after it receives a lot of rain, especially in the Subic area. Yeah, streets do look a lot cleaner. And JW's dream, I don't pay attention to anybody else's business. I worry about my own business. Most of these folks, I don't even know who they are unless I've seen thumbnails when I'm looking to see how my own thumbnail looks. Look at that. Look at them noodles. Look at the steam coming off of them ramen noodles. Big Pumpkin went all out. Spared no heat on these noodles. I think they're still too hot to eat. If I had some chopsticks, but I don't have no chopsticks. I gotta wait it out. You know, I'm sitting the set of Mr. Beast. No injuries here. Let's go back and see what the other stories were. Basically related to the heavy rains. You know, 8 deaths, a lot of folks affected by the adverse weather. 52 schools being used as evacuation centers. And evacuation efforts intensifies. So that's the latest news coming out of the PI. Yeah, you know, I talked about this. The thumbnails are starting to look, well, some thumbnails are starting to look the same because they're using this AI bullshit to make the thumbnails. But the crazy thing is that everybody who's using the AI, their thumbnail looks exactly like the next thumbnail. You can just sit there, search any topic, search cats, and you can sit there and tell who's using the same AI program for the thumbnails. They all look the same. They got a million elements. They're very dark and scary. They start out with white text. It goes to yellow or gold with some red at the bottom. They all fucking look the same. Why? Because it's the same graphic designer, the same computer program making them with the same parameters. Okay, again, this AI shit is not alive, it's not conscious, it's not thinking. It's a computer program. So everybody on YouTube who's making these thumbnails, they all look the same. They're all using the same computer program to make them. Yeah, and they look like shit. They look horrible. It's the million elements in there that a human would never do, but the computer will. Oh, there's a blank space here, let me put a sign. Oh, there's a blank space here, let me put 10 people in the background. And I use mostly screenshots of the video. And I use Photoshop to add some text or brighten up the photo. That's what I do. I don't use AI. But yeah, David says the thumbnails have been getting wicked and scary looking lately, and I'm referring to the AI. I guess that's what you're talking about. Let's see, Kel, how are you? Heaps of rain in Australia. Also in the last few days. And Guapong, I don't care what anybody else in the world is doing. Okay, I do my own thing. Wish everybody else on planet Earth the best of luck, especially if you're in this type of game or writing a book, running an Instagram channel, whatever you do. I wish everybody the best of luck, but what everybody else in the world does ain't got nothing to do with me. Ain't got nothing to do with old single dad. Damn. I got enough of my own problems to worry about. It's called Big Pumpkin. Alright, folks. So we've been live for 4 hours and a half. And with this lull in the action, I may go ahead and just shut her down since there's really nothing going on right now. And then actually try to utilize this time to motivate everybody to get some stuff done, tighten up the outside area, and if we got to make a run to pick up some food, I'd say now is the time for us to do it, or probably forever hold our peace until tomorrow. So I'll take a few more comments and then we're just going to go ahead and jump off here. Let's see, get my map back up there. So if you're looking at the map, you know, still got this messy looking soup, the southwest monsoon dropping rain on our heads. But I think I've got probably a very short window of some good weather. I'm going to take advantage of it. Let's see, Tom. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. My friend. And look, folks, obviously I've been doing these live streams. Obviously I haven't put out any Steven Spielberg productions. I ain't been nowhere. Alright? Big Pumpkin's cook and tore me up for like 2 weeks. I couldn't leave the house. And then it started raining. I can't leave the house. So looking for some sunny weather. Feeling a lot better. So once the weather gets back right, we'll get out and about and do some things. But like everybody else, we've just been stuck in the house lately. That's a great idea, Guapong. Next time this old girl's eating something, I'm just going to go in there and grab it and just take a big old monster bite out of it. Eat half of what she's got. That's a great idea. Felt payback time with this old girl. Eating half my damn hard-boiled egg. I mean, who does this? We got plenty of eggs in there. I said, hey, give me 2 hard-boiled eggs. Y'all heard me. She gives me 1.5. Took a big old monster bite out of one of my hard-boiled eggs. Why didn't you just make one extra for yourself so I could have 2 intact instead of 1.5? Hey, David Watson, how are you? Yes, we are live. I'm alive, and this show is live, at least for the next couple minutes before I sign off. Yeah, Donald, you be safe too. JW's dream, there ain't no telling. I made the mistake, and we watched that documentary. Baby, too much noisy, messing up my audio. Made a mistake, and we watched that documentary where that Filipino was poisoning her husband with bleach in his coffee, and he got her on video. I think it was an Air Force guy or an Army guy. Y'all know the story? And then she like really likes to watch 48 Hours. That's her favorite show now. You know, some of my friends and family members have expressed their concern over that. Like, hey man, why is she watching 48 Hours every night? She's watching like 2 or 3 episodes. You know? What is she, taking notes? Going to 48 Hours University? Anyhow, it's all good, my friends. Papa Smurf, man, y'all have a good evening. Everybody, thanks for joining me. As soon as I find this button, I'm out of here. I'll postpone the noodle mukbang eating portion till the next time. Folks, y'all have a good one. Hug your kids, hug your wife. Be thankful we had another day on this beautiful planet that we call the Earth. So with that, I'll see y'all tomorrow, my friends. Y'all have a good one. Peace out.